Dzięki, dzięki. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam, proszę zajmować miejsca. Tu z przodu jest dużo miejsca, zapraszam serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome during the next day of the School of Underground Mining. We've never had any problems because always everybody was on time, so there's no problem. We're very punctual here. So please let me welcome everybody. Especially I would like to welcome our guests, our special guests. So yesterday we had also Mr. Minister, then the Senator, and so today we'll have the Senator Wojciech Biela. And of course then the Minister Piotr Hezik, who was with us during the whole conference in the School of Underground Mining. So please don't you worry. Ja powiem jeszcze. So we'll have Professor Jacek Skiba with us. And a very important session today, especially in the light of what is happening today, what you can read and what we would like to, as organizers, to have as an effect of today's meeting. Minister Pezik, he would like to co-chair this session. So I would like to welcome you to the table, to the chairman table. We have Professor Jacek Skiba as well. And then the person who is with us all the time, Mr. Michał Grabik, and I would like to give the floor to you, but the question is here that we know that this is in Polish and English, and we stream it, so we know that we are watched. Very nice. And the conclusions are, if we're able to, the group that is here today, would like to welcome President Rogala. I was sure that he would be present here, and he is. Also, this is the president of Eurocall. So I would like to welcome you and ask you if at the end of the day, after the discussions, if you can elaborate some kind of a conclusion and the directions in which we're going, what it would look like to have more safer mining for everybody, for all of us. So let's go then. So, good morning. Thank you very much for having us. My name is Michał Drabik. I'm working for the European Commission and for the European. I'm very happy to be here for the next time, for the 6th time, and I'm really glad that I'm here, and there's quite a lot of you here. I wouldn't like to occupy your time, to take your time, but I'll tell you some words about the introduction, and then let's go to the first presentation. First of all, thank you very much to our colleagues from the International Operations Center that are the organizers. And of course they prepared it. This is the center of the operational excellence. Thank you very much for them. I would like to thank you also to the organizers of the School of Underground Mining, that we can be here for the next time, that we can participate in this very important conference, one of the most important in Poland. So we're really, really glad to be here. And I would like to that we are online here, so for the people that cannot be with us, they can watch us in streaming. This is in YouTube streaming. And by the way, I would like to say thank you to all the international guests that made it, and you are here. Thank you very much. This is not just a Polish conference. We've got fantastic guests from all over the world. I will have also the voice from some foreign countries, which is very important for us. So this session here is a form of, this is kind of a dialogue. It is meant to be a dialogue. We've got the representatives of the industry, coal industry, scientific institutes, bodies, and also the organizations the NGOs. So this dialogue is needed and ready. So in many disciplines, it's not like that. But as the society, we have some problem with the dialogue. So we are there with our statements and we stay there. So we present our opinions, but we don't listen. So I do hope that this is going to change, because, you know, methane and the things like that, the dialogue is needed, is because every voice counts. And we need to elaborate some kind of a position that will be good for, well, acceptable for everybody. We need to remember about climate. We need to remember also about safety, energy safety, and also occupational health and safety of the people working there. So we need to take into account all these aspects. The future is important for all of us from different angles. So I hope that this session will be the first step. And we have some attempts. But you know, yes, this is the first possibility to meet. We've got all the stakeholders, and sometimes we present different opinions, but we are here. We want to discuss. We want to debate. So once again, thank you very much to all the presenters for presentations, for preparation of the presentations, and I would like to say thank you to all of you, the participants, Minister that is with us. So I'm glad I'm really happy that the minister, the government is with us, involved. And we also will have a chance to hear the official point of view. What are the official plans, the governmental plans? Where, you know, what is the policy of the government? This is also important and crucial here. It's a significant thing that we've got involvement of the officials here at Polish government. So, I would like to take your time. Minister, would you like to open or reopen? Let's go to the agenda then. Then I would like to ask Professor Kaszy from the Operational Excellence Center, who is the main organizer, if you could tell us about what is the center, what do they do, and then let's go on and we'll continue. Piotr, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the co-organizer of the session today, let me tell you some words about the International Center of the Operational Excellence. What do we do? What's our scope of operation? If you could give us the presentation, please. This one is. So we have the co-master, the chair of the operating under auspice of the ICCMM, Mr. Badylak, Morawiecki, Jureczka, Kasza, Lubosik, Grzegorz Polka. They are from different companies, but you know they are all involved in our center, ICCMM. So there's a remote control to the presentation. The history of our center. This was the first center of the excellence. It was created in 2015. So there was an agreement between EU and SE, and very similar. We've got PIG, Geological Institute, Gas Institutes. So once those agreements were signed, we could organize the activity of our center, and officially it started to operate on 7th of June 2017. It was in Katowice. And then, as a matter of fact, then there were four companies, as I said, PGNiG, Geological Institute, Mining Institute, and Gas and Oil Institute. So after some changes, organizational changes in 2021, in the beginning, we also have JSW, Jastrzębska Spółka Węglowa, who was a very crucial partner for this center. And we're really happy, we're more than happy to welcome one of the biggest companies in Poland and the biggest coking coal generator or producer in Europe, in EU. So then we had some organizational changes. In July 2022, PGNiG changed the strategy in the beginning, in the first phase. So we obtained methane before operation from coal, and our main partner was PGNiG, but in their strategy, those projects were stopped or delayed. So also they changed the concept of the company. PGNiG informed us that they will not continue because we don't have any legal personality. We weren't legally a body, so because PGNiG left, and then we decided to move the activity of our center from the gas chamber to the main central mining institute. So the next start or restart of our ICE-CMM was during the expo in Katowice. That's what was the very big fairs, and we had the trades there, an event was there, and we started to, also reopened within the Central Mining Institute. During this event as well, we signed, all of us, and a new agreements with the Central Mining Institute, and at the very same time the new members, so which was the Technical and Institute and Academy, so the University in Kraków. So here we have all the participants signed this agreement, and they are the new members right now. So for them, what are the goals? Most of all, these are according to the mandate of the experts group. So the solid actions of reductions of the gas from the greenhouse gases from coal, and then the recovery and use of methane. Cooperation with international organizations that are pro-environmental. As the center, all of the members, they have the memorandum of understanding with CMM, and it also were committed for some actions. The main actions are the activities, because we are the society with the group of experts. So gathering of the studies, case studies, analysis, promotion of the best practices, organization of trainings, then also researchers, and cooperation with the CMM society, a cooperation with governmental bodies, non-governmental bodies, all of the activities that promote good practices and the limitation of the methane and greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. So the main fields of interest of ICCMM in Poland right now, they are, as said before, we give up the VAM. However, VAM, AMM, CMM are even more involved than the reduction of emission of methane. The members of we work also on the emission of methane and its use in the Polish mining sector on a regular basis, and also due to some changes, our goal is something we'd like to work with, monitoring and assessment of the legal regulations for limiting the methane emissions. For the nearest future of ICCMM, first of all, this is just the implementation of the research activities, REM, Mastermind. We've got all the companies, they need to win some projects. And we are here at this session, so co-organization of this session for the School of Underground Mining. And we also would like to have the session of the groups of experts for the methane of the Just Transformation Geneva, March 2023. These are the meetings that as a center, with very often there's a reporting and the plans, we present reporting and the plans for the next future. So we also would like to have the yearly report, the annual report of emission of methane. And every year, this is our tradition actually, that I will prepare a session on the mining conference, which is usually by the Central Mining Institute. We plan also the best practices of AMM and translation. The CMM has been already translated. We will prepare also the addendum to this Polish version concerning the best practices. And of course, what we are obliged to do, our commitments, obligations, so the cooperation with the experts group of UNSC and participation in different events that are organized by the group of experts. That would be all from my side. All the members of the center are here. They're just for you. So if you'd like to discuss, we are just at your disposal. We're happy to help. So if we do not have any other questions, so we'll have the Poland in the light of the global emissions of methane. So where are we and where we're going? So we tried to gather some information concerning the emissions of the global emission of methane. And then how about Poland? So if possible, as a matter of fact, So as a matter of fact, from outside, this is a report that shows the emissions, what do they look like all over the world. About the methane, this is something we know about. This is a methane, this is a greenhouse gas. We know what is its role in the atmosphere. And as a matter of fact, we know that this is a greenhouse gas and the climate changes are caused also by this gas as well. We are aware of that, of course. We need to remember about that. We discussed about it, and on the other hand, there are some actions, some activities, all of us, in order to reduce this emission, limit it. We need to know that this methane is produced in many sectors, also naturally produced, anthropogenic as well. It will be emitted to the atmosphere, anyway, but the sources of the methane that we can break down, there are some natural sources, but also the activity of a human being, of mankind. So, as we can see here, mining, hardcore mining, this is the energy sector as a matter of fact. We need to remember that we are the emission is theirs as well. We know that the concentration of methane increased. It means that there will be more methane, and the measurements showing that the concentration of methane will grow. This graph shows the changes of methane globally, and we know that since 2000, so the annual increases in atmospheric of CH4 this is just the activity of mainly the anthropogenic activity. So if we then split it, and we will have the continents, it's not a surprise that the biggest emission is in Asia, the largest one. This is connected mainly with economy, but also when we see this is just the excavation production of mining process. Also coal is there. This is also connected with the emission of, it is huge. Europe quite in the middle if you compare it to the other continents, but then when we see the countries, the emission there, so when you can see so we've got China and India, of course, because there's an operation, there's quite a lot of mining there, hard coal. The column shows us International Energy Agency methane tracker database. Poland, when you can see it's not a leader, However, there is our contribution as well, and we are aware of that. And here we've got the countries of the biggest emission, and China, India, a lot of mining there, hardcore mining. So that's why the emission of methane as well. So we've got those 10 largest emitters of methane. When we can see now the sectors and the industries for the countries and continents, with the breakdown for different sectors, different disciplines or industries. So it depends, it varies from country to country. Usually we talk about the hardcore mining. It is important and it's significant in South Asia, China. Then the emission of methane from the operational hardcore mines. And we can see here that, you know, the amount here from country to country. So this activity, the mining activity, Poland there, is just right behind the first five. We're just behind China, India, South Africa, Australia, where there's quite a lot of emission as well. So we are one of the largest producers of emitters of users from the hardcore mining. So this is a natural process. Methane is bound with it's blended with the hardcore seams. This is just a natural emission, and we try to capture it, drain it, and somehow this is mainly connected with the safety of operation of the miners, and this is our main goal. We need to be aware of that. So if once we can see the global emissions from hardcore, so the breakdown that would be like that, as you can see it here, and we can see the black dots, the largest emission. And it's very similar to the graphs and diagrams geographically. Let's then see the global emission, and then Europe. It shows the comparison of 1990 and 2020. And we can see that the reduction is visible in the countries, in the European countries, because they gave up mining, they stepped out. So is it the UK or Germany? We can see that the emission is lower, but also in Poland, mainly due to the actions or activities of reduction of methane. There's a lot of things done, and we will talk about it. That's why we're here. So we are the leader in Europe, one of the biggest emitters, but we can see also the drop. And here, with this emission, the total emission in Poland, when we recalculated the CO2 equivalent, year by year we're going down. So this is connected with some activities of the industry. Let's have also the emission for the sectors. So we're saying that in the beginning we've got wastes, agriculture, but in Poland the energy sector, because we're in the energy sector, and the mining and the production of hard coal is 46%. So then we are the biggest share, the fuels. So these are the mining map of methane, and which is connected with the source of methane, of the emissions of methane, are the deposits of coal that are naturally saturated with methane. And the operation makes, the emission of methane. So we can, as we said before, it would be emitted either with the ventilation air to the atmosphere, or we're able to catch it, to somehow drain it by different systems, methane drainage system, and then it accompanies the operation and the mining process, but it has become an important element in order to catch it and its utilization. Because we wouldn't like to have it the main emitter to atmosphere. So now the emissions by country, so in the world, where are we? So we can see that the emission is 0.6%, and then on my left side we've got the sectors in percentage, so we can see it during in the last column. What's next? We can see that the concentration increases. There's more and more methane in the atmosphere. This is mainly to the mining process, mining activity. We know that we've got different scenarios. And we also know that this emission must be limited to a high extent. It will be limited because we've got a lot of projects, and this is its purpose. But how can we? How low can we go? And then, as a matter of fact, this is only up to the activities, and so we've got different scenarios here. For sure, one of them will be implemented, but we would like to limit the emission significantly. What are the directions? We were saying about that for a long time. For sure, a reporting of emission of methane. This is the first step. For sure, there's implementing of the projects, limiting of the leakages of methane. So we'll limit of the methane leakage to atmosphere. This has been implemented by utilization of and disposal of the So this is a lot of international cooperation, good practices. There's quite a lot of examples, and we're trying to implement them in our conditions as well. Frankly speaking, what we are doing, this is the operation of, this is the mining, and we do not have, it's not the emission, they are not points. This is the surface emission. The puncts, so those points are just the shafts, but look at how spread it is. So these are the past operation, the today's mining, and all the time we've got methane they're creating. It's not a static state. This methane, the gas, migrates all the time. It is there in the rocks. We are underground 500 meters, 1,000 meters, where the methane is as the changes of the pressures and the mining process, it will migrate. We try to direct it, try to catch it. We need to know, however, that this is just the emission of the, this is to the high area, not a point. This is it. When we produce the coal, there's a coal seam. When we do not get it, here we have just a vision of what it looks like in the reality whenever we have coal, but it's a source of methane as well. So then I would like to say, for the future, we would like to make the inventory of the methane sources from the active and deactivated mines. It was going to be difficult because we still have the emission on certain level, on certain areas, also from the active mines, but also the closed ones. We need a methodology for that, for measurements, the measurement system to be created. For sure, we need also to create something that will be a name, the so-called supply chain. So we need to define the elements to detect methane, but also the tools that will. We need a very good regulation, legal regulations, the ones that will give us the possibility to implement these activities even better, in a better way. For sure, we need reporting of the emission of methane, the mining gas, verification, and then the strategy. Maybe today it's not the task for today, but the center, our center, will try to work out some kind of strategy of limitation of emissions and then the use of this methane. So it was just a report. Probably it was boring, I'm terribly sorry for that. But I just wanted to make a photograph of where we are and where we're going. So thank you very much for your attention. And that would be all. Thank you very much, Professor. No, it wasn't boring at all. It was a very good introduction to our discussions. Reliable data, reliable information. Right now, before we have the next guest, that I would like two things that I haven't said. First of all, I'm terribly sorry that you know, I'm here. Now you can see us and you could join us to the online transmission. So thanks a lot for being with us. And then the second thing, it's we will not have any discussion directly after the presentations. So it will be at the end. We'll have an hour to discuss about everything. So if you have any questions, to please remember, write them down, and you know the questions. Then there'll be a Q&A session, discussion at the end. After the presentations, we don't have any. So that's what I would like to emphasize. And right now, Dr. Skiba that will tell us about our next speaker and presenter. Thank you very much. According to agenda, we're having the first of our international guests, Mrs. Felicia Ruiz, that represents. So what I would like to tell, how shall I introduce Mrs. Felice? But somebody told me, let's do it in a short way. Mrs. Felicia Ruiz, in 2017, she wanted to have this methane center that we have today here. We've got to be created. She supported us a lot in the international forum, but also here domestically. She came here in the Department of Mining to the discussion with the director, Mrs. Bagaczewska, to convince her for the center to be created. So Mrs. Ruiz is a sort of godmother of this center. Felicia, so if you could join us, please. Bardzo proszę.
Tutaj techniczna uwaga ze strony kolegi. Jeśli ktoś potrzebuje z Państwa tłumaczenia, słuchawki są obok, tutaj z tyłu na siedzeniu.
I'm going to hold this. I'm rather short, so the podium is a little too tall for me. It is such a pleasure to be back here in Poland. Jacek, one of the reasons I travel frequently is so that I'm not called mother, but I'll take the compliment of the godmother of the Center of Excellence. I worked prior to working for the Clean Air Task Force, I spent a better part of a decade working on coal mine methane emissions reductions projects for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And during that time, that's how I became familiar with Jacek, and truly, and I mean this sincerely, there would not be a Center of Excellence on coal mine methane without Jacek Skiba and all of the work and all the groundwork that he laid in order to get the center started. Poland has a lot to be proud of. Poland has been one of the initial members of the Global Methane Initiative, working very hard to reduce coal mine methane emissions. Over the years, trying to remember my first trip here, it may have been 2015, where I sat down with a bunch of different mining companies to talk about the technical, regulatory, financial barriers, and obviously the conditions of the Polish coal mines as well to implement projects and what could be done on a mine-by-mine project level basis. And it's been impressive to see how far we've come. And you know, Poland also, as a member of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, also has a lot of technical resources and financial resources at its disposal. And so I look forward to seeing some of the successes and next steps that Poland takes. And obviously, you're very well poised to be a leader on coal mine methane emissions because you have the Center of Excellence on coal mine methane. You have high-level government support for what you're doing. And so therefore, I'm really looking forward to the center's work plan and what comes next. So I'll talk a little bit today about the impact of methane on the environment and human health. I'll be pretty brief because my colleague before me has explained some of the basics and the projections to you already. I'm not sure many of you, though, are familiar with Clean Air Task Force. I've been with the task force for about 1.5 years. We are a non-governmental organization. We originally started out with offices in the United States, and we now have registered office in Brussels, and we have over 150 employees working all over the world. I personally work in the Midwest in the United States, but we have people in every continent in which we are currently working. Historically, over the years, we've mainly focused on emissions from the oil and gas sector, and increasingly so have been focusing on waste, coal mining, and then hopefully in the future as well in the agriculture sector. So why do we focus on methane? As my colleague earlier said, that basically reducing methane is the absolute fastest way to slow down global warming for our planet and avoid near-term and irreversible impacts. And recent studies and a lot of scientists around the world would actually say that we've passed that tipping point, and some of the impacts that are coming are actually irreversible. But we need to keep the momentum going and do more in order to slow down these catastrophic effects. We understand that measures to reduce carbon dioxide emissions need to be taken simultaneously, but that in order really to make a drastic impact on near-term emissions, we have to simultaneously work on methane emissions reductions due to its shorter lifetime in the atmosphere. Unfortunately, methane concentrations are increasing even faster now than they have been at any time in the observational record. They're now more than 270% above pre-industrial levels, and obviously driven by three man-made sources: agriculture, fossil fuels, and the waste sector. If it continues to rise, meeting any of the climate goals, whether it's 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius, even under extremely optimistic CO2 reduction scenarios, it won't be feasible. We really, truly do need to act now on reducing near-term emissions. So I think this was 2022. There was a recent update, so I might not be remembering the exact years correctly, but the Climate and Clean Air Coalition put out its Global Methane Assessment Report, and it outlined some of the urgent steps that have to be taken during this decade to avoid catastrophic effects of methane emissions. So these numbers here, in order to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030, these figures are pretty much the bare minimum that we need to do in order to keep warming below 1.5. So the study shows that if there is a minimum amount of reductions in the fossil fuel sector, as well as a 30 to 35% reduction in waste, and subsequently 20 to 25% reductions in the agriculture sector, we will meet our goals. This does not mean that this is all we have to do. This is just the minimum. And given all of the additional research that needs to be done in the agriculture sector and the low to no cost mitigation measures that can be achieved, especially the oil and gas industry, these numbers were given as sort of the basic bare minimum scenario in order to meet our goals. Obviously, you'll read in the recent IEA report that came out last week, as a couple of other studies show that in the fossil fuel sector alone, 80 to 90% reductions, depending on which study you read, are actually achievable in the fossil fuel sector. So again, if we did more in fossil fuels and somewhere in this range for waste and agriculture, we'll meet our climate goals. So, obviously, we have the sources here of methane emissions. My colleague who was up here earlier talked a bit about emissions from ag being roughly 40%, followed by fossil fuels, waste, and then a couple of other minor sources. Unfortunately, methane is responsible for roughly 40% of our global warming since the Industrial Revolution. And again, 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. There are many studies, especially, I would say, regarding oil and gas specifically, on how emissions are impacting human health. And total, for all of these different sectors combined, there's been a rise in ground-level ozone air pollution that's been causing more than 1 million premature deaths each year. Methane emissions are causing heart disease, exacerbating respiratory diseases, damaging airways and lung tissue. Obviously, there have been many studies about the effects of coal mining on workers. Someone earlier mentioned worker safety, all of the health impacts that come from coal mining and the other industries in which people are working, people who live nearby to all of these oil and gas facilities, landfills, open dumps, coal mine plants. You know, obviously there are more and more studies that are coming out about the health implications. Additionally, it's starting to affect the agriculture and overall ecosystems and have been leading to annual yield losses in crops. So methane and ozone are very much related. I am not a scientist, so I can't give you a lot of the specifics, but there is a recent report that came out by the Climate and Clean Air Coalition that delves more into the methane science and talks a bit more about the relationship between ground level or tropospheric ozone and methane and how it's impacting climate and health, and really delves into the agriculture and ecosystem impacts, talking about the crop losses, which, as we know in our current environment, has, you know, an extremely detrimental effect when we can't get the food out to the people who need it most in this world. So also from the Climate and Clean Air Coalition Global Methane Assessment, if we were to actually meet the consistent mitigation and actually meet our climate goals, you can see here by the different sectors that are displayed here on this graph, some of the avoided health impacts that are associated with emissions reductions. In the fossil fuel sector alone, you're looking at avoided warming, avoided deaths due to ozone, again, the related tropospheric ozone from methane emissions, asthma-related, other respiratory diseases, crop losses, and again, lost work hours avoided. And I don't think we need to explain that to the mining community. So the role of coal. A very interesting report that came out last week by the IEA, and it's the first time that their Global Methane Tracker has taken a deep dive into coal sector issues, which is great to see. And a lot of people around the globe, a lot of experts on coal mine methane, as well as oil and gas, ag and waste, contributed to this overall report. And a lot of the experts that are part of the UNECE group of experts on coal mine methane and just transition, as well as several individuals who were part of the formation of the Center of Excellence on Coal Mine Methane in Poland also commented on this comprehensive report. And it talks about how coal mine operations released around 40 million tons of methane into the atmosphere in 2022. Obviously, thermal coal accounted for about 75% of the emissions, where coking coal contributed about the remaining 25%. The study also goes on to talk about how with low, no cost, and maybe some medium cost investment, all done with existing technologies, mind you, we could avoid nearly 55% of existing emissions. I think one of our colleagues said earlier that there are a lot of barriers, obviously, to implementing coal mine methane reductions projects. However, they can be done. We've seen it all around the globe, especially during the CDM years when the financial incentives were more robust. But these technologies really need to be deployed on a wider scale, and there needs to be, and I think there is, more research being done to see why we can implement additional VAM projects given local conditions, depending on where you're working. So, one of the things I think we'll talk about a little bit later this afternoon is that we really need robust policies in order to reach our climate goals. One-off projects are amazing, and there's a lot to be learned from them, but we really need to have these distributed on wide scale to really make an impact and get to those numbers that we had shown earlier in the presentation. So again, Poland has a lot to be proud of for what it's done to date and all the initiatives which it's been a part of. I think one thing, at least for me personally, that I felt was lacking, over the past decade was the high-level political will to really make change. So we had different ministries all around the world participating in the Global Methane Initiative and other initiatives but the signing of the global methane pledge in 2021 at COP26 really signaled to the world that we have high-level political buy-in to actually make changes. And I think the world understands now truly the urgency to get this stuff done. There were more than 100 countries who initially signed on to the pledge. Now it's 150, possibly even a bit more. And these countries have not only signed on to the global methane pledge, but they're also working to develop methane action plans and roadmaps. I was part of a CCAC workshop in Paris last week where we had roughly 27 countries coming to the table for an intensive workshop where we all sat down together with sector leads from different countries working on these methane action plans and roadmaps with the idea to unveil these at COP later on this year. So real work being done to actually reduce emissions. This includes all of the sectors there, and coal was on the agenda. And so there were a couple of countries there whose priorities were focusing on coal mine methane. And so there's a lot of hope for me that a lot of this change will actually go forward. So just to give a very small snapshot for some of the actions that have been undertaken since the signing of COP26, Colombia finalized regulations for oil and gas last year. Also, towards the end of last year, Nigeria finalized its methane guidelines to reduce emissions from its oil and gas industry. In the United States, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act and the Methane Emission Reduction Program, which will, starting, I believe, in 2024, enact a methane fee for oil and gas facilities. There's obviously the EU methane regulations, which we'll talk about a little bit more in detail this afternoon. And then you have other countries like the EU, Japan, and South Korea discussing import standards and what kind of an impact import standards will have on future emissions. A lot of other countries in the process of working on regulations, hopefully again to unveil during COP. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the very intensive CCAC MRAP workshops to help developing countries work on their methane action plan roadmaps. There are a wide variety of funders out there now. You've got the Global Methane Hub, in addition to all of these different technical resources that truly as a global community will be able to make a difference. And if we're all working together in this, I think there's enough momentum, obviously enough existing technologies and expertise from people in this room through the group of experts on coal mine methane, the School of Underground Mining. I just want to say thank you very much to the UNECE and to the ICE in Poland for having me here. It's amazing to be back, and I look forward to hearing and learning from you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felicia. It's always a pleasure to listen to your presentations. So I can only say thank you, and I can say that I'm happy that we're going to hear from you again, because as you all can see in the agenda, we will hear again from Ms. Felicia Ruiz about the regulations of methane in the United States. Teraz przechodząc na język polski,
Right now, I would like to invite Mr. Łukasz Kroplewski, and he's been very active in creation of in PGNiG. He was so much active, he was active a lot. So really happy, and thank you for that. Thanks to have you here. But today we'll discuss the monitoring of emission. We know what's the scale of emission of methane. We know what's the impact, how harmful it is. But right now, in order we start a discussion about how to capture it, how to use it economically, we need to know exactly where to get it from, what's the number of emissions. So monitoring of methane emissions as a necessary element of reliable assessment of the scale of their impact on the environment. So will I get a remote control? Yeah, I do. Thank you. Good morning. So Mr. Michał Łukasz, so there is this anecdote, there's a joke. When I started, I was in the management board of the Polish old system, and the president, he said, and the director said, Mr. Boguś, you're not the president, what shall I tell you, how shall I call you? And Bogusław said, thought and thought. So right now you can do doctor, because you tend to be, and the emissions, a monitor of methane emissions is a necessary element. Monitoring, reporting is an important subject. A lot of things have been already said in the light of monitoring, verification and reporting as well of emissions of methane. But with regards to how important it is, let me tell you only just in one sentence that you know how harmful it is. It's much more harmful than CO2. We've got different studies and different approaches, but 30 times more harmful and more hazardous as a greenhouse gas than the CO2. Of course, it's just a shortcut, I know that. But let me tell you that. As a matter of fact, I would like to tell you with regards to the coal mining, and I would like to address coal mining, that is methane group is we are your best friend. We were always at the side of the truth, and sometimes friendship implies that it can be we can be on a rough path, but we are always sincere and frank. And then with the use of coal and production of coal, mining process, lately times have been hard. I think what I mean is in the east, the war, Ukraine. So the model is upside down. It's completely changed right now of the fossil fuels and everything. It seemed to us that we are aware and we know how to balance the resources in such a way to have the natural forces, coal, gas, to extract them but limit them significantly. But right now it has all changed. But nevertheless, we need to be even more efficient and effective, and use of in such a way that, on the other hand, we'll have the limited emission up to the significant point. But no one today, a reasonable person, cannot claim that the green energy is everything. The experts know that in a base load we need to have, and we have today in Europe, but not only in Europe, but also globally, there is place and time for the oil, gas and coal. But this is only to use a very specialistic approach, the new modern approach to those resources. And the problem is much higher right now when we treated them, because when we don't need them, when we didn't need them, it was not a problem. But today we've got highly specialized companies producing heat, and they meet such stringent standards that is completely different carbon print, and completely different carbon print from the normal households. So today, if we're talking about the friendship, sometimes a rough friendship. So on the one hand, we know exactly there's an open approach, a very transparent approach. But on the other hand, we know that we cannot afford to step out from coal. Well, this potential is there, and the carbon print 2830 34 times more harmful than CH4. And the 12% of CH4 emission, this is coal mining, mines, hardcore mines, mainly the underground ones. We elaborated with our colleagues from UniC, together with the global shaking environmental protection, a guidelines of best practices for the efficient methane handling, monitoring, reporting. All right. As you can see, the key messages. I've got 2 slides. That's a presentation of 4 slides, so this is half of my presentation. I try to be brief. So this is these are the emissions, the key messages, and MRV is essential to mitigation, providing policymakers, investors, and industry. But the most important slide. This is my final slide, and this is just the guidance and the guidelines. If you only please visit our website, we are at your disposal as organizations, as UniC. We will have, at the end of March, there will be a meeting of the group. The group it was represented by, so this is a global approach to emissions of methane. These are the representatives of 100 countries.
More or less.
Yes, so just worldwide. The group of experts is represented it's really good to visit our sites, to contact us. This is a valuable source of knowledge. We also would like to have your involvement and discussions, because in this discussion about emissions of the greenhouse gases, emission of methane and CO2, the most important thing is this dialogue, understanding, listening to each other, to one another, because only thanks to that we are able to elaborate and to work out such methods that we know what is it about. Knowledge is important, and then subsequently we'll know what to do. And we are aware of the fact that we must limit the greenhouse gases, CO2, methane, because thanks to that, I hope that in the future, my kids, I would like to say that this was a successful story and know how to tackle this what is harmful, because it was already mentioned. I'm not a doctor, I'm a lawyer, but for coal, I'm here only due to the fact that the President Piotr Grzegorz Woźniak some times ago said to me, you will be responsible for CBM, and I talked to him, I didn't know what he was talking about. CBA? This is not the organization. Coal, but methane. This was my adventure with coal, with the experts group. This friendship with these people that I work on everyday basis. Nice to see you, Alicia, here. And as I said before, be my guest, be our guest, please. Visit us. We know what we're doing. We've got a group of really good experts. So I'm just a mouth, but we've got a real specialist here, and they know what is. Thank you very much. So our next speaker, Mr. Michał Hetmański, representing Foundation Instrat, and the presentation will be about the systems, so the negative impact Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Senator, good morning, Minister. We had a chance to discuss them last year, but I hope that we will find quite a lot of common points, and I'm really glad to have a discussion. So if you don't know, Instrat in Warsaw, we're examining the just transition, also the energy transformation. We supported Polish coal regions elaborating the just transition, and right now we cooperate with Polish government, CE, international institutions, World Bank, not only on a just transition and mining and energy transformation, but also the digital economy, standards of data. So this is what I would like to discuss today and present you also today to my presentation, which is just 2 weeks ago we had a report looking for the methane sources in Polish coal mining and the reporting system. Jan Balcerowski and Zuzanna Batkowska that couldn't be with me today, but you could easily download it. There's a link or QR if you want to have a look at it. Today it was presented, the structure of emissions in the global context, Polish context, but on the Polish, we need to be focused on the Polish ones because we have the order, we've got the legal requirement that discussed in Poland and the CEU. It's not represented in Polish social dialogue, public dialogue. So we've been invited into the parliament. We present the data in the parliament and some commissions. We present them the emissions from the particular mines because we've got the global methane pledge. We've got a very detailed regulations and the particular and specific sources for the hardcore mining as well. And from which year, not to even Poland as the member state also signed global meeting pledge, and we are committed, we're obliged. So we've got the very same meeting, so we can see the emissions here from the peak in 2017-19. It's only 6%. It's not enough. And if we can see to 2010, we are 30% above. And you, as an expert from the geology, you know, the more production, we've got more deposits. And the emission of the methane today discussed in the European Union for Poland, from Polish seams, Polish deposits, it's quite high in comparison to the global data, and we know exactly there was a presentation of the emissions, the global for the countries. I will present you the emissions, the unitary ones from mine to mine. On the left side, we can see the production of hard coal. So it's Tauron, JSW, PGG, Boomtech. And then we have the emissions for every mine, from shafts to shafts, so from Kobize, and also from the reports of the companies or the Central Geological Institute. And the dot size, this is the unitary. So we also have on the right, we can see that the threshold that we're talking about, 5, is one of the lower, and if you compare them with the real circumstances. So we need a real roadmap here by the regulator in the light of how can we go there. And of course, and commissions also with those bodies who would like to make it even more deep. particular plans will have to be limited. In our report, I present a much bigger table. There's a lot of text to be written, to be read. Let's not read it right now. Let's listen to me, please. So we've got the review of the selected 7-8 sources from which Polish institutes or sources we get data about the methane. The key data, technical data, production data, economical data, environmental data, in Polish hardcore mining process. As you can see here, you are here. Mainly, the important thing is how the data can be made public or published, because the missing point is the data governments, and they know it because Poland we're very high in the data transparency. As you can see, it's 3-4. So we can have some requirements and we can meet them. Positively, I don't focus on the publishings and the data collections published. We as the analytics we can inform people of the publish. Sometimes it requires the inquiry of the situation, which ones are unfriendly, sometimes they are different, but positively I would like to show the Ministry of Climate and Environment that makes it available on the portal data.gov.pl. It's just a reflection of the global initiative. Also commercial, they share, not the sensitive data of course, but all in the standard of the transparency, and they publish. The Minister of Climate, there is a list, but it's a very good practice, and once downloaded, it's much easier. So it has a limit. It's of course very important for the institutions not to create the separate institutions, but all they will create the existing diagram by the Ministry of KPRM. We cooperated with the Prime Minister, with the digital adjusted practices of all the big companies for safe spaces for their data publishing. If either it's required or it's their own definition. So it's a very good point that pushes the standard among various institutions. As we point out in our report, there are also, after reviewing of the unitary data between the companies, mines on the light side, there are big differences between not only the production and mining, but also shaft by shaft or company by company, also the emissions. I wouldn't like to do ESG, so not a financial one. The big companies, especially JSW, as the listed company, or PGG, both companies, they are emitters of methane from our perspective, and they are under these standards of the global pledge, but for the data is missing, and I really would like to have a dialogue with the representatives of 3-4 emitters to have a better report, because we've got the differences of sometimes more than 50%, because due to missing resources. All the reporting systems, where the emittents and the public institutions, they have so-called bare minimum. They do what they do, no pretenses there. This is just legal, but the data, the real data, and the results, they just meet the reporting, not the needs. They do not meet the real needs of the users. That's what I would like to tell you. This is no open approach, aggregated. unfriendly or PDF, it makes it impossible to. These are the standards that are increasing the barriers for understanding, and then also very negative practice is sales of data by the shop. This is a practice that is finished in the reporting of the energy sector. In the mining, there is certain progress, but still some practices are there. The Minister, I would like to, if you can notice this, if you can, because we have some differences there and some non-conformities there as well. So those deviations should be somehow addressed. It's not a singular intervention, one-off intervention, should be a certain strategy there. So the barriers here. We need to know what's the emission for every mine due to the type of coal. This aggregation is very important because, you know, the methane pledge says about that. Where coking coal, they're more interested by the CE, but potentially in the methane pledge, we need to sometimes also somehow distinguish the coal and steam coal, coking coal, what's the methane emission. So we need to somehow, before validity or coming into force, we need to reflect it. In our recommendations, so how much time I would like? It wasn't very diplomatic. So we'll have to the unification of the competence of institutions, also existing institution to have a stronger mandate. Central, very often they are the very old systems. So HTML4 was leading right now. We also have cheaper and better systems, reporting system, and the Central Mining Institute should it's not used the role for verification, harmonization of data about emissions. Then also the balancing chamber, and then they create the report. Also, on their behalf, they are also complaining and they don't have enough budget for the requirements, regulatory requirements. The classification from the ventilation shafts, then the methane drainage is in. Because we also sometimes have methane leakages from the closed and clogged shafts. This is something which has to be also reported. And it's important because we don't have any resources there. Then the monitoring of the progress. As we signed the global methane pledge, the 30% at least, so then this element that should be also measured and reported from the side of the institutions. And the last element, very controversial, in the global methane pledge, that should be some penalties or maybe. So please read the global methane pledge. We describe our approach, what system for the payments, for the fines or the emissions. There was in the spirit of the principles, you know, if you are amateur, you need to pay for that. So we can say the investment. Very often there was a very important argument that the technologies of the capturing and drainage of methane, they are not profitable, but with today's price, 34 grosz for the ton of methane, most of those technologies are not profitable, but we would like to have the incentives, the representatives of we've got Amber, MSIC, they can tell us about, there's a roadmap for increasing of the emission methane. It's even $1,500 per ton in a couple of years, and this roadmap of increase of the emissions in the regulations can give us the safety regulations and the financing of the investment for the Polish emitters. This fee today, if we compare the American ones, this is 4,000%, 4,000 times. So it's not easy to implement the day-to-day, but if there's a roadmap in the light of the goals for the next decade is a key thing in order for the incentives, investment incentives, and also possibilities to finance such types of institutions by the mining industry. Then the second model, just to show the social costs, the experiment would be cheaper to transform CO2 to methane and then to release it to atmosphere. It would be cheaper. So we need to do something with the methane, the conversion from CH4 to CO2. And also, we've got a very necessary and needed energy. So the second approach by the environmental agency, the cost of losses by the economy, the death toll, and also the lost hours of operation of work. But probably, I hope that one of these approaches, some of the approaches, will make the ministry interested in it. Thank you very much. Links, you can find us. Thank you very much. I'm terribly sorry for that answer, but we are sincere and frank. But I didn't want to hurry you up, of course. So very interesting recommendations are crucial, important, and very, very important. What I said at the very beginning, this is going to be a dialogue. We have the representatives of the companies here. For dialogue to be present, we need to have different approaches, different positions. Not all of us, we need to agree with what was said, but we'll have also some discussions when we can discuss. What is acceptable by you, what's not. This is going to be a very good beginning for the discussions. All right, now for the next presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Jacek Skiba that will present a report by JSW and the university. So if you could please present the report.
To switch for English, maybe we'll save some time, if you don't mind. So I will speak in English. Well, in 15 minutes it's difficult to give you full updates, so I will give you just some statistical reports which should speak for itself, as figures usually don't lie. Well, here on this slide, you can see the evolution of methane emissions from underground hard coal mines in Poland for the last decade. And if you could see, well, laser doesn't work. Anyway, the green columns, they show the coal output for the last decade. As you could see, it varies, but with the tendency to go down presently. But even though the output is going down, the methane release connected directly with coal exploitation, which is the red line, is climbing. It's climbing. So, well, there's many reasons for this, but as most of you are miners here, you know what is the answer for this. Basically, this is the increased depth of exploitation and higher methane content connected directly with the depth of the coal seams. In Poland, presently, there are several coal operators. The biggest one in Poland and in Europe, which is Polska Grupa Górnicza. PGG is exploiting steam coal. The second biggest one is Jastrzębska Spółka Węglowa, which is exploiting coking coal. JSW is the largest coking coal producer, not only in Poland, but also in Europe. And following, we have Tauron Wydobycie S.A., Kopalnia Lubelski Węgiel Bogdanka, Przedsiębiorstwo Górnicze Silesia, Węglokoks, ZG Eco Plus, and also Zakład Górniczy Sealtech. In green, I have marked the coal mines, well, the coal companies, which do not emit methane. So as you could see, only 3 coal operators in Poland do not emit methane from coal mining operations. And talking about figures, the first one is JSW SA. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a laser here, but if you could see on the table, 100% of coal exploitation in JSW in their 6 coal mine is coming from gassy seams. All the coal seams which are being exploited in JSW, they contain methane. Talking about PGG, with all their mines who are listed here in this table, only 2 of them are not considered gassy. These are Piast Ziemowit plant and Piast Ziemowit plant. Well, Piast plant and Ziemowit plant. 24% of their coal seams are recognized as not gassy one. The remaining ones, 76%, are considered being gassy or heavily gassy coal seams. And switching for Tauron, situation is similar. Only Sobieski plant and Janina plant are not gassy ones. The other one, Brzeszcze mine, which is actually one of the gassiest coal mines in Poland, comparing only with Pniówek mine in JSW. They are mining in different gassy conditions. Well, as far as the other coal mines are considered, only 10% of their seams are recognized not being gassy. The other one are also gassy and very gassy ones. So to conclude this first part of the presentation, as you could see, majority of the Polish coal seams which are being mined are gassy ones. Another slide shows columns which, again, speak for themselves. I'm talking here about absolute methane bearing capacity, which means, in simple words, total methane release during mining operations, methane drainage, which is methane captured, and ventilation methane bearing capacity, which is the content of methane in the ventilation air. The columns speak for themselves. If you look on PGG, JSW, Brzeszcze, the main operators, the main emitters, you could see that, well, still absolute methane bearing, comparing methane bearing capacity, which is the total emission, with methane drainage and ventilation methane bearing capacity, still VAM, which is the ventilation air methane, constitute the major part of methane emissions. Talking about management of captured methane efficiency in Polish coal mines. Again, the columns speak for themselves. As you could see in the middle, only Brzeszcze can be proud that they utilize all methane which is being captured. But the answer for this is very simple. They just got very good connection with the pipeline to the chemical plant in Oświęcim, and all the methane which is being captured in drainage station is being transported there. And as far as I know, it is the case for at least 30 years. Well, I must admit that I started my career in Brzeszcze mine. That's why I'm pretty familiar with this case. But to be honest with you, there is nothing to be ashamed showing that JSW is utilizing 58%, PGG 50%, and with SRK 59%. If you compare these figures with the global figures, Poland can be recognized as a leader. So again, there is nothing to be ashamed. But still, a lot of things has to be done to improve our efficiency. In principle, in Poland, as all over the world, we are using the methane captured by drainage stations in the following methodologies, in following cases. In principle, in cogeneration units producing electricity in combination with heat and cooling, in gas boilers producing heat, in boilers co-firing methane with coal for heat production, but also in gas engines for the production of compressed air, and, as in case of Brzeszcze, selling it to the third parties. It was already mentioned here about methane emission ratios in previous presentations. This is the slide which shows the statistics in this case, but there is just one comment from my side. We must be very careful with this, because well, I have a pleasure to work with my colleagues with the UNECE, but also with Euracol and the other scientists on this controversial factor. And what I wanted to say here, that we must be very careful, because the present version of regulation is talking about methane emissions ratios for the whole plant. And the major sources of emissions are individual shafts. And once we have a lot of miners here, I don't have to translate it to you, that if you want to effectively reduce methane emissions, you have to act in the source of the emissions. So we cannot generalize that we have certain methane emission ratios for JSW or PGG. We have certain emissions in the source of output shafts in individual mines. So please be careful when reading certain reports and certain methane emissions figures in this domain. Again, as I have mentioned here on this slide, you can see the share of absolute methane bearing capacity, and with a distinction for the ventilation air methane. The difference between the size of the columns, this is the methane which still has to be utilized. It comes from the compressor stations. But this is another subject for the discussions, and if I develop it, believe me, we wouldn't end it up within 15 minutes. Well, some comments about ventilation air methane, which are familiar for you, but these 3 lines, they give you a short message. What is the present state? In principle, ventilation air methane, if we wanted to use it, it would have to have content between 1% and 1.2%, which is the average evidence coming from the industry, from the global center of excellence. However, in Poland, according to our regulations, we have to keep the content of ventilation air methane at the level smaller than 0.70%. In practice, as I mentioned in the last sentence on the bottom, the miners who have to take care about the safety, in principle, of the miners underground, they keep it much lower to avoid certain changes of pressure and increasing this methane concentration underground. Well, I will go quicker here because Director Badylak will talk about this later on in details. So I wouldn't like to take his floor, but definitely Polish mining companies, mining concern, they are doing a lot of things. I would encourage you, maybe it's not nice, not political, to enter JSW website, and they have very detailed program how they manage methane, which is already captured. It is in Polish and in English, and it's publicly available, and it's for free, and they have nothing to hide. I'm looking for Mr. Hetmański, but I can see he's smiling, so. I'm sorry to skip these slides because Dr. Badylak will discuss it later on. I would like to just mention here about PGG initiative, which is also very important here. Actually, last week on Friday, we had a meeting of the project partners under the project called DDMET project. This is the very first initiative of our institute, Central Mining Institute, with the international partners, when with the assistance of leading company, I must mention here, Ray Drilling, who is the leader of the American company, who is the leader in underground directional drilling. We have performed certain tests underground in one of Polish coal mines in Mysłowice-Wesoła. And here you could see again, I have no laser. You could see the map of the seam when we drilled 4 directional wells above the existing coal panel. On the right side, you can see the concentration of the methane in this area. And this is the most important. I think this slide concludes our project in brief. Here, the blue columns, they show classic drainage boreholes and the efficiency of methane capture by these classic drainage boreholes, which has been used for many years, not only in Poland, but all over the world. And the brownish here, they show how much more methane we managed to capture by introducing this new directional drilling technology. As you could see, in average, it could be said that it is about 30% extra. Is it small? I wouldn't say so. I think it's a nice contribution, you know. If we are talking about methane reductions, 30% extra of methane, it's really significant amount. So PGG, and I don't know, I cannot see Dr. Plonka here, they are getting very excited about this technology, and we hope to perform another tests also in JSW and other coal mines. To conclude my presentation, I have to mention here, because we are pretty proud that ICMM recently managed to win. I must emphasize win, because the application of 2 projects of REM called Reduction of Methane Emissions from Post-Mining Goals to Minimize Their Inflow into VAM, and another project called ProVAM, Reduction of Ventilation Air Methane Emissions in Coal Mining Transformation Process. They won last year the first location in Europe in the open call organized by the Research Fund for Coal and Steel. So I must say it proudly, we won. We are on the first position. I'm not going to read it. You could have this information later on, but the abstracts of those projects are publicly available, and you could learn more this. And probably during next session next year, I will be happy to give you more introduction how we are progressing with this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skiba. I will stay with English for a moment because our next speaker is an English speaker as well. First, I would like to thank you for the presentation, for presenting the report, and also for highlighting those projects. We will hear a bit more about those projects later during our session. All the slides, since Dr. Skiba was skipping some of them, all the slides will be available on the website dedicated to the event. So all of you who would like to see and read carefully all the information, you will be able to do this at the UNEC website dedicated to this event. Now, I'm sorry. Now we will have one more presentation from Ms. Felicia Ruiz. As later during our session, we will talk quite a lot about the European proposed regulation on methane. We will talk about what are the expected effects of this regulation on Polish coal mining companies. So since there is this proposed regulation, we will now try to put it into certain context and hear about what is the regulation of methane issues in the United States. Since Ms. Felicia Ruiz was working for U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, she's the best person to tell you about this. So Felicia, I invite you here. Please go ahead.
Thanks for that introduction. I definitely don't think I'm the best person to explain it, but I'm happy to do it today. Oh, the control? Okay, thank you. And I will say, I know we're supposed to hold our comments off until later on this afternoon, but congratulations to the ICE and the Central Mining Institute, because the news of those two projects, it's really exciting, and I look forward to hearing the progress when I come back next year. Again, I covered this. So I'm going to skip through a lot of the stats and the background information. As Michał said, a lot of this will, actually all this will be on the website afterwards. So I'm going to skip forward in the interest of time to the specific policy information. You can read about methane emissions and the overall sources, the percentage of coal mine methane emissions online. So in terms of recent coal sector trends over the past couple of years, U.S. coal consumption has been decreasing, but it's projected to increase in 2021. The draft EPA report is out, but I haven't had time to analyze the actual projections, but it's been projected to increase in the past couple of years. The number of producing coal mines in the U.S. has decreased to about 546 mines in 2020. 146 of those are underground and 350 are surface. U.S. EPA estimates from 2020, when I put this information together, here are the methane emissions from U.S. coal mines collectively. And in 2020, CMM projects avoided about 15.4 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent from active mines and roughly 2.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent at abandoned mines. As of October of 2021, and this may have changed recently in the past year or so, but I'm not too familiar with how many of those projects have opened or closed. There were roughly 23 CMM projects at 15 active coal mines and about 32 AMM projects at 60 abandoned mines. There's definitely the opportunity for these projects to increase, and I'll talk a little bit about why in the subsequent slides. As many of you know, anyone who's been to any of these international fora that talk about coal mine methane emissions in the United States, there are no regulations that require methane mitigation from U.S. coal mines. Back when I was working at the U.S. EPA in 2010, a coalition of environmental groups petitioned the U.S. EPA to make a finding that air emissions from coal mines endangers public health and welfare. If they were to make that determination, then coal mines would have been listed as a stationary source category under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act. The petition also requested that the EPA adopt strict limits on dangerous air pollutants released from coal mines, methane included, as toxic air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. After a couple of years of internal negotiations, the EPA denied that petition in April of 2013 due to limited resources and ongoing budget uncertainties. This was not a determination as to whether emissions from coal mines did or did not endanger public health, but the agency at that time determined that it wasn't going to make that finding and make that determination. That said, there still exists the possibility to once again petition the agency to list coal mines as a stationary source category under the Clean Air Act. Probably doesn't carry a lot of legs, but you know, it is something that environmental groups could once again propose. We talked a lot about the technical, financial, regulatory barriers to the United States, to coal mine methane projects, sorry. But because there is no overarching federal policy encouraging CMM to be used or destroyed, there are a lot of barriers depending on whether mines in the United States are on the western coast of the United States, so on federal lands, and or in private mines, mostly on the East Coast. There's a big issue with the separation of oil and gas estates from coal estates in the U.S., so the right to use CMM and AMM is not automatically granted to the coal mine. It could require a ton of additional permitting and licensing and royalty obligations. There's an extensive permitting process in the United States that can hold up a lot of these projects from existence. And on private lands also, the ownership of the coal seam gas depends on the laws of the different states throughout the United States. So it's a very complex set of barriers in the absence of any kind of overarching federal legislation. That said, there has been some progress and some individual initiatives that have helped further CMM projects in the United States. Under the United States Methane Emissions Reduction Action Plan, which came out in 2021 and was further updated this past year, abandoned coal mines have been given a lot of attention. And underneath the infrastructure law, there was more than $11 billion attributed to eligible states and tribes in the United States to reclaim abandoned coal mines over 15 years to help eliminate methane pollution. Also, as part of this emissions reductions plan, the current administration also extended the Abandoned Mine Land Grant Program, which supports land reclamation and local economic development in former coal mining communities. A lot of that money is still to be distributed, but we're very hopeful that methane emissions reductions will be part of those AMM grants that are given out. There's also very recently been an interagency group in the United States, EPA, DOE, NASA, NIST, U.S. Geological Society, and they've all been focusing on greenhouse gas monitoring and measurement strategies and trying to look at all of the agencies actually finally working together to tackle emissions and modeling and measurement. And CMM is supposed to be a pretty big part of this effort, so it's great that coal mines are getting the attention that they deserve. And I believe very soon, if not already, their initial draft findings and report will be published, and federal agencies and mining experts and the like in the community will be able to actually provide feedback and input into that plan. There have also been some funding from the Department of Energy. The Advanced Research Projects Energy Agency is ARPA-E in the United States, and they recently, I believe it was last year, started their Remedy program, which is a 3-year, $35 million program, all focused on research for new and innovative technologies to reduce methane emissions, not only from the oil and gas sector, but also from the coal sector. And there were 12 projects awarded that focus on methane and oil and gas emissions technologies. 3 of those were actually funded for the coal sector. Johnson Matthey, who's been in the business for quite some time, was given an award to look at VAM. Also MIT was given an award, as well as precision combustion. So we're hoping that this allows some additional research into new and innovative technologies that can help us expand the realm of and the possibility for additional CMM projects, not only in the US, but on a global scale. Obviously, in the absence of any type of overarching federal legislation, CMM has been included in various state-level policies where CMM qualifies as a renewable or alternative energy portfolio or standard in Colorado, Indiana, which is currently where I live, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Utah. And there's definitely the ability on the state level to have CMM qualify as a renewable or alternative energy portfolio standard in a variety of other states. It just takes the advocacy to get out there and promote it. And you can see a ton about this actually on EPA's website, the voluntary carbon markets, and all of the different CMM projects that are qualifying under the various registries that you see here. All of this is public information. You can go into each different registry, see where the project is, what the emissions are, and the cost of those. Some additional food for thought. So it's been interesting over the past year or so, obviously in the absence of any legislation being enacted, most likely in the current administration, and who knows what's to come in the future, we were asked to take a look at existing regulations and or statutes where coal mine methane might be incorporated so that existing legislation might be amended and or enhanced to hopefully spur additional project development. There's been a lot of talk about a federal cap and trade regulation, CMM as a covered source under this cap. Not highly likely, but there have been discussions, and you never know the realm of possibilities. Many of you may remember the U.S. Bureau of Land Management under the Department of Interior came out with a waste mine methane policy several years ago that would seek to reduce methane emissions on federal lands. During an administration change a few years ago, that policy was basically put on hold, if you will, and discussions that we've had with the agency itself over the past couple of months indicate that there is no immediate desire or plan to reenact that. However, it could be something that could really propel CMM projects in federal lands. The BLM is also currently funding a study that's specifically looking at emissions from coal mines on federal lands, and hopefully once that comes out, there'll be additional data, based on empirical data, not just approximate estimates, that will give us a better insight into how project developers can help tackle some of these projects. There's also hopefully some additional funding under the Remedy program moving forward. There have been new companies focusing on ventilation air methane that have come out with variations on traditional oxidation technologies, looking at alternative ways to capture and use VAM. So they're getting funding right now from other programs outside of Remedy, but I think ARPA-E is poised to give additional funding moving forward. And then obviously, we're still hopeful that there will be some type of overarching federal legislation mitigating mine methane emissions moving forward. And we hope to learn from you all depending on how the EU regulations shake out. I think it'll be a great lesson that the US and other countries around the world can learn from. And that's it. My contact information will be available online, and thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you very much, Felicia. Our next speaker before coffee break are the colleagues from Ukraine. I don't know if representatives of National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine are present in the room. Yes, please, the floor is yours. The title of the paper is "The Gassing of Coal Mines and Other Mining and Geological Investigations in Ukraine."
Достаточно.
No, well. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. Many thanks of Pan Jacek and Pan Jerzy and other organizers of conference who help us to take part in it. My colleague Katerina Babi, Marsheder, and I. Yes. And I came from Ukraine, from the city Dnipro. Our Institute of Geotechnical Mechanics is 55 years old. My colleagues and I solve mining, geological, and geotechnological problems in the development of minerals. Yes. There are many mineral deposits in Ukraine, but most of the crystalline shield. There are large deposits of metals, ferrous, non-ferrous, rare, and scattered. I think that the methods developed at our institute can be applied in Poland and other countries. Maybe there are 3 oil and gas regions and 2 coal basins, Donetsk and Lviv. Now there are about 40 mines in the Donetsk coal basin. There are coals of all grades, from brown to anthracites. From 2000 to 2007, our institute participated in a large project at a large mine named after the Syatka. At this mine, together with its specialists, we built a power plant that runs on coal mine methane. In the free and in the mines of the Donetsk basin, there is a lot of methane in the free and bound state. The coal-bearing rocks are very compacted, so there is methane, but it is very difficult to extract it. Gas hinders coal mining. Sometimes there are explosions and outbursts of gas, coal, and rocks. To develop a forecast of gas dynamic and thermal phenomena in mines, a number of methods have been developed. Please. No. Еще. Назад. Не. Назад. Well, there is different color maybe. This we can see schematic classification of stage and substage of lithogenesis. 1 second, 3. Sediment genesis is a stage of sediment formation. This sediment formation. Diagenesis rocks. Diagenesis is a stage of formation rocks. Catagenesis, 1, 2, 3. Catagenesis is a stage in the transformation of sedimentary rocks, which is divided into early, middle, and late substages. Here substages has its own characteristic properties of rocks: temperature, strength, water content, gas content, etc. Only at the middle substage of catagenesis occurs sandstones outburst, and there is a lot of gas in sandstones and coals. In the late substage, in the late substage. There is a lot of gas in coals, and in sandstones it is only in disturbance. Knowing the boundaries of catagenesis substage, we can predict gas dynamic and other negative phenomena and take measures. Second, please. Yes. Methodology for predicting methane accumulation zones in a mine field. 3 schematic maps here. 3 schematic maps and combined here. Anticlines, fractures, and polar flows, which allow predicting gas accumulation in the mine. On this diagram, we can see 2 zones of methane accumulation, where these 3 schematic maps overlap to the greatest extent. 1, 2 zones with methane. Next. This methodology for identifying fractured reservoirs in terms of microdeformation and permeability of rocks. A meter-long disturbance zone was previously allocated. We specified this zone. It turned out to be about 13 meters. 13 meters. It's our specified. Next, please. In the 80s of the last century, the lateral illumination method was developed. This method makes it possible to identify all microdefects in transparent minerals. There are more such defects in the disturbed zones. Now. Next. We have described the process of gas dissolution in sandstone quartz in catagenesis. Its volumes in closed micropores reach 40–50% of the open porosity. Previously, this gas was not taken into account. It's very raw gas into the quartz. Closed fluid inclusions allow us to determine the polar temperature of coals and rocks. Some methods can be applied in the oil and gas industry in order not to drill where there is no gas and oil. Next, please. In 1985, quasicrystals have been described in various substances. Old-based sandstone quartz. B, maybe. No, it's B. It's B. Yes, it's glass. Window glass. See coal Donbass and chamber. It's new phenomenon. We identify distributed zones by the number of quasicrystals in coals. All these methods can be used in theoretical and applied research for us. We are ready to cooperate in different directions since we have one goal, the transition to green energy, the use of renewable energy sources, and the reduction of harmful emissions. Because my English is far from perfect, I will ask you to pose your questions during the break or the end of the day. On behalf of scientists and all Ukrainian people, I express my gratitude to Polish people for the help that you provide to the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Slava Ukraini!
Слава Україні! Навіки слава! Sense big.
Thank you very much for the presentation, for sharing with us the work that the Ukrainian Academy of Science is doing, and thank you very much for coming in this very difficult time for Ukraine. I very much appreciate you being here and sharing with us your work. I also have to highlight that Ukraine is a very active member of our group of experts. We've been cooperating with Ukraine for many years, and we hope that the current very difficult situation will not stop it, that we will continue working together. So thank you very much for that. Teraz przechodząc na język polski, dotarliśmy...
A coffee break. It should be according to 11:35. Let's have it 11:45. But I would like to come back at 11:45. Because we'll have an online streaming and we'll be here. And the schedule is tight. And I would like to have some discussion at the end of the day. So let's have half an hour of a break. Hooray. And 11:45, let's come back.
Teraz działa? Chyba, tak? Tak, już nic nie tak, no dobra. Ponoć działa, nie wiem czy... No dobrze, to witam ponownie po przerwie. Jakbym mógł prosić tam o zamknięcie drzwi, tylko może sam zamknę, bo tak to będzie ciężko prowadzić. Mam nadzieję, że mieli Państwo wystarczająco czasu, żeby się posilić. I przepraszam, jak tylko drzwi zamknę. I przechodzimy do drugiej części naszego programu. W tej części będziemy rozmawiać bardziej właśnie o regulacji, proponowanej regulacji Unii Europejskiej w sprawie metanu. Nie bezpośrednio o niej jako takiej w większości. Będziemy rozmawiać raczej o tym, jaki będzie ona miała wpływ na polskie spółki górnicze, również na kopalnie zamknięte w Polsce. I takim pierwszym referatem wprowadzającym nas w tą część będzie referat przygotowany przez ekspertów z PIG-u. Będą oni mówić o założeniach regulacji unijnej, ale głównie też o zmianach, jakie w niej zaszły.
Over last year, because the first draft was presented 2 years ago, and since then we had some sort of consultations. So we will have a look at the changes. So I would like to invite Dr. Jureczka. So, Doctor, please, floor is yours. Senator Minister, Chairman, dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. So, directive of the European Commission, mentioned so many times here, and the one that will be discussed and commented, especially in the light of the impact on the Polish mining system and mining industry, I would like to remind you only the general assumption of this ordinance, of this legislative, and the update of the situation. So here, there's a general geopolitical background concerning the global methane agreement, global methane pledge of the anthropogenic methane. This has been discussed before. I just want to say that Poland hasn't signed it, however, EU did. But you know, saying that Poland signed it as a country of the EU is a kind of a shortcut. For the EU, this is mainly for the strategy of the EU for having neutrality until 2050, also some other legal requirements and legal acts issued by the EU. Just a small thought aside, very often I can read about a directive, and this is something else. It's not a directive, because a directive of the EU is a different legal act that defines the goals, frames, conditions that the member states should adjust their legal system. However, the ordinance of the Parliament and the report So this is exactly the same what as then act. So it is just binding in all the member states. So the regulation is on the limitation of methane. So it doesn't, there aren't any limitations on any other sector, just the energy sector. So agriculture is not mentioned. This is a part of the... So it's a little bit different than, but there are three parts concerning the sector of oil and gas, coal, and import of the energy sources. I will, of course, impact on the coal sector for oil and gas. This is the whole exploration, production, sales, distribution, storage, everything. This is quite precise provisions, can be quite problematic for the entrepreneurs, but of course will have additional costs, maybe the technology change. But one can say that this sector isn't, for this sector, that we do not have any realistic economic problems or hazards there or risks. Anyway, this sector is able to tackle that because it's not the poorest one. Here in the gathering the data from the informations, we'll see what it looks like in real life. However, today one can say that in case of some countries, maybe not Australia, but some other, like Kazakhstan or Indonesia or Colombia, these are rather wishful thinking declarations of verification of the actual the inventory. Not even mentioning that these actions are not equal for all the for the EU operating companies, and not fair for the importers from outside of the EU. Coal, so the regulation does not distinguish coal itself, hard coal and lignite. We only have open pit mines and underground mines. In the reality, in the EU actually, the underground mines, this is just a hard coal, and the open pit mines, probably the lignite, brown coal. Just two words about the brown coal, the lignite. So this regulation does not impose any drastic regulations here. Of course, we'll need to find a special methodology, coefficients concerning the emissions in those mines. In Polish open pits mines, the emission of methane seems to be very limited. So how about the underground mines, hard coal mines? And here, the regulation sees the active mines and abandoned mines. We will talk about the abandoned mines in a separate presentation today. We're just right now we have the emission of methane in three parts. So the drainage methane, ventilation, shafts, and something new, post-operational activities, so that disposal, processing, storage is something which was never registered historically in Poland. For the ventilation shafts and ventilation air, we've got different types of coal here. So it's a different thing with operating of this coking coal, different from the steam coal. So here, the Upper Silesia coal basin, here we can see the colorful ones are the active mines. So it will be easier to say that these are other the companies. So the units, the mining, which have the, because we can have one mine and with separate shafts over 26 mines, and one of them is in Lublin. As you can see here, those mines, Janina Sobieski and Piastri-Movit, these are the separate ones. As a matter of fact, they are the only ones that operate not methane, not gassy, they are not gassy or not gasified mines. All of them, the remaining ones, or nearly all of them, they're the third and fourth category of the methane risk or hazard. Then the abandoned mines, it's not an easy thing to calculate how many mines were closed in, and it was 43 mines that were closed, plus 5 big mines that were very short time, and they were closed anyway. So we had Jovish mine, it was closed, and then was the new one also closed. It's not easy, but we treat it as a one mine. From the form point of view, this is quite kind of difficult. It's a difficult thing to be solved with the abandoned mines. Quite a lot of them. We have all the mines closed. 5 mines. Pole Słupiec, Field Piast. It's easier to find the seams. It's 50 seams in JSW and 2 in PGG. There is some information, general information concerning the regulation. And the regulation here, for the first time in the European scale, puts in one unified frames concerning reporting, limitation of methane. And this is a success, of course. This is all right. If we have unified legal frames, that's really a good thing to have. All the reporting and everything. What else? Then every country will have an obligation to have the right organ, that institution that will execute the legal regulations, plus verifiers, supervisors that will control and check. And they will have the full entitlements for all controls, supervisions, that we could control technical documentation, measurements of emissions, control of the equipment, supervision, and so inspection, so on. So, which is also important to all of the private persons and the legal persons who could complain to this organ if they are of the opinion that this regulation is breached. So as a matter of fact, we're talking about hard coal mines, and this regulation will concern all the member states, but as a matter of fact, it's mainly for Poland. We've got just 1 mine in Czech Republic, and 3 very small mines in Romania, and that's all. We do not have the hard coal mines in none of the countries of the EU. What is important here, these are for all mines. We don't say if this is if it's emitting or not emitting. So if Janina where there is no methane at all. They will have to be also deal with all the procedures of monitoring of the equipment and so on, which will generate additional costs, of course, and then penalties and fees. We do not have the amounts. There's no suggestions that this is going to be connected. Should be connected with the system of allowances or certificates, things like that. It just says that the penalties must be efficient, proportional, and very important, depleting any economical profits. And then the increase is also provided. So the draft of the regulation has already been sent to the member states, and in Parliament the regulation was discussed by two commissions, Environmental and the Industry Commission, also the Economical Social Committee, then the Region Committee, and also the Council. We had some amendments to the version that was submitted on the 15th of December. According to the information, the first reading is then foreseen for the 29th of March, but no one knows if this is going to be a fact. Here we've got this legislation procedure, so this is time frame since the submission to the Parliament by the European Council, discussions, 3 or 4 discussions, the changes. Talking about the hard coal mining, what are the significant changes for planning? We couldn't be the flour. There was a prohibition. So the provision of flaring, it was just a new one that is prohibited since 2025. The flaring, that the coefficient is lower than 88%. The second point, the most important for Polish mines, since the 1st of January 2027, there was the prohibition of emissions of the ventilation shafts above 5.05 tons. So this is just cubic meters for the ton of coal. This would be 0.708. What was also mentioned that it did not concern the coking coal mines, and the provisions will be only until 3 years after the effective date. So it's been changed. So since 1st of January 27, there will be above 5 tons. So it was higher, 7.5 meters for a ton of coal, but only for 4 years until the 1st of January 2031, and then above 3 tons, 4.5 meters per ton. And also the transition period, the derogation was from 3 to 5 years. So it's not in 5 years, but just in the time of 5 years. So in 5 years, so we had limitation. Right now we're talking about the thresholds for the coking coal. And then what does it mean for us? The methane drainage stations, the facilities. In the first version, the methane drainage version, it was just, they were treated as the gas mines. So as a matter of fact, they are most of all to provide the safe operation of the mine, not a production of gas. And this, especially the flaring, seems to be absurd, especially flaring, because if you use it to produce electricity or heat, it's burned anyway. So it could be burned, but in flaring, I cannot understand that. But for sure it's understood. It seems to us that the modification is good. The modification, I'm not a specialist, but maybe it will be discussed later on. I think that this is technically possible. This coefficient of 98% to be reached. For sure this is going to be costly, but it's a very short time to implement. No, it's just 2 years, but it seems to be that technically feasible. Then the second part, so the most important part, the ventilation, the ventilated air methane. So for Polish, this is unrealistic. As a matter of fact, we will have just this emission is for non-methane mines. Frankly speaking, the average during the operation of coal for 1 ton, it's 15 meters in average, including Bogdanka, including the mines that they have actually their zero emissions. So this methane is much higher in particular mines. So let me remind us, half a year it was 0.75. So any satisfactory solution will be 20 to 15 times higher. So one could say that it has been changed 10 times. So from half a ton to 5 tons. But unfortunately, for Polish mines, this is, in most cases, this is not enough. So assume the nearest future, the level would be 5 or 8 tons. Most of all, this is the huge costs or the necessity to close some mines. Of course, we have some technologies that utilize methane from the ventilation shafts, the VAM, but these are rather the demo plants than the industrial plants. Then the costs are high. Then in those modern technologies is required that the concentration of methane in the air should be above 1%. And according to Polish requirements, the concentration in the VAM shaft cannot be above 0.75. But usually it's 0.2, 0.4% for the safety reasons. So that would mean that we'll have artificially concentrate the methane in the shaft. It seems to be absurd from my point of view. But we'll see what will happen, of course. In the parliament, we'll see. What else? So I said that, this post-operational activities. This is to be done, but we will need to have the coefficients, factors, correction curves, and for transportation, for processing. This is going to be quite a lot. We don't have a methodology elaborated, so we'll have to find it, and it has never been used. Of course, then the equipment needed, so that would mean the cost of coal will be much more expensive. Very similar in the uniformed measurements. Of course, we will need the specialistic equipment, then the abandoned mines, and that was all from my side. Thank you very much. That was the overview of the legislation. Well, thank you very much for this very good presentation.
Is another foreigner, our guest here, Mr. Conal Campbell, who's representing Amber here, and he will give us introduction on the environmental benefits of the new regulation, which is right now on the table in Brussels. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here in Krakow. I managed to make it to the main square of the town last night and buy a gold coin with John Paul II's image to give to my mother. So of all of my business trips ever, this will be the best one for her. Definitely the German Pope or the Pope from Argentina are not as popular as John Paul II in Ireland, for sure. So my name is Conal Campbell. I'm from Ember. I'm based in Ireland, and I'm speaking today on the expected environmental benefits of the proposed EU methane regulation. Do I have a clicker? So if I was going to deliver a very short version of the presentation, it would be that there might be no environmental benefits to the EU methane regulation, as it might be successfully blocked. That's kind of the latest news coming out of Brussels in terms of the Parliament and the Council, is that this methane regulation, we saw a date there of 29th of March, unlikely to be anything concrete from that. What would that mean? That would mean that firstly in the electricity sector, the European electricity sector has to finally account for the methane in thermal coal, which doesn't happen at the moment. And then there's kind of a different situation for the steel sector. So steel companies, and they're already doing this, would have to consider the high methane content of Polish coking coal. This would mean that in the short term, looking at cleaner supplies of coking coal, whether that's from Canada, Australia, or the United Kingdom. Coking coal is an internationally traded commodity. Your customers care about the environmental impact of the commodity, so I think there's a real chance that you can, shall we say, win the battle and lose the war here. In the medium term, it further accelerates the production of steel without coking coal, using electric arc furnaces or using technologies such as hydrogen. So that's kind of a short version. Longer version of, okay, if we do get a regulation, and a lot of this was said by Mr. Hadro before me, it's kind of been around since December 2021. The proposal has mostly kind of not moved around the European Council and the European Parliaments. And as described by Felicia, methane is 82.5 times more warming than CO2 over 20 years, and this is the global picture of it being an emitter more than the European Union's entire CO2 emissions. In terms of the European Union, coal is the largest EU energy sector methane emitter. So this is from United Nations data. So it shows that thermal coal, and when you add on coking coal, means that coal is a bigger methane emitter than gas by a bit, and certainly way more than oil in the EU. So it's very important to get the coking coal part of the regulation correct. Poland is responsible for almost 2/3 of EU coal mine methane emissions. So we see that here Poland is by far and away out in the lead, particularly with its underground mines. A positive thing is that underground mines are more open to emissions reduction technologies than surface mines. So that's one thing that's working in our favor. And then we see Romania and Czech Republic far smaller. Polish coking coal mine methanes are highly concentrated at a couple of sites. So here we see that seven coal mines emit all of Poland's thermal coal mine emissions. So here we see these kind of 7 highly emitting mines where action can and should be taken, or production can be moved to a cleaner site, which is something that is certainly worth investigating. So Mr. Hadro before me presented some of this. So just to quickly go through the relevant provisions of the EU regulation. Article 22 is possibly the most important at this moment. So on paragraph 1, the initial proposal said that venting and flaring from drainage stations would be prohibited from 2025. The latest revision allows flaring so long as it's more than 98% effective, and we're fine with that, to be honest. We think that's reasonable. Paragraph 2 is where kind of a lot of the action and debate has been. So the initial proposal from the European Commission was that venting from ventilation shafts would be capped at 0.5 tons of methane per kiloton of coal from 2027. The latest revision has that cap at 5 tons of methane per kiloton of coal from 2027, so essentially a 10x reduction, and then going to 3 tons from 2031. Ember's suggestion is 3 tons from 2027 and 1 ton from 2031. Then the next one to briefly mention is the next part of the regulation, which is Article 22.3 on coking coal. The initial proposal was for that action on coking coal would be taken 3 years later than action on thermal coal. The latest revision has it coming in 5 years later than a regulation that frankly might come or might not come at some indeterminate point of time. Our suggestion is that already we should look at doing a cap of 5 tons of methane per kiloton of coal from 2027, with the suggestion to decrease that after 2031. We think that's certainly possible, both in terms of coking coal being a profitable product from deep underground mines that have technological possibilities to achieve this. And also I would add, I think it's good business strategy in terms of actually maintaining demand for your product versus foreign competitors, but if you don't want to hear that, that's cool. So where is the impact? We've kind of mapped the impact of the various revisions to what they would have on the cumulative emissions reduction of pure methane between now and 2050. So the black line shows what the initial proposal would achieve. So that's the black line of the initial EU proposal in 2021. And the blue line is where we see the current proposal if it's implemented very faithfully. The current proposal, the 6th revision of the proposal. The green lines are our suggestions. So you can see the green broken line is our suggestion leaving out coking coal if there is no action on coking coal. And the green solid line is if action on coking coal is included at this stage. And we see that overall that would save 2.2 million tons of pure methane by 2050. However, even if there is a regulation this year, next year, whenever it happens, there's a couple of things which are very important and will need to be monitored. Firstly, Article 4, as was mentioned, says that each member state shall designate the competent authorities responsible for monitoring and enforcing. That means that this will be, the monitoring and enforcing will be done by the Polish authorities. So, like, look, I wouldn't be too afraid if I were you. It's going to be managed by the Polish authorities. Secondly, Article 6.3, the period between inspections shall not exceed. It was 2 years in the initial version. Now it's up to 5 years. 5 years between inspections. It doesn't seem very realistic for having a regulation with actual teeth producing results. And then finally, member states themselves shall lay down the rules on penalties. So again, that's kind of the second part of linked to Article 4. So let's say the current situation is that there is a 0.34 of a zloty per ton fee for methane emissions, which is very little compared to CO2 under the EU emissions trading system. Instrat, the organization of Michał Hetmanski, recommends raising this price to 3.5 times the price of a CO2 emission permit under the ETS, which is pretty reasonable considering that methane is 82.5 times more warming for the environment than CO2. This would mean something like that the rate for methane emissions would be more than 3,800 times higher than currently. So, Polish penalties on Polish mines don't tend to be too shocking at this point, and that's of course a worry. So in conclusion, the EU methane regulation might be blocked or weakened. The situation is starting to look very bleak. I don't think that Polish coking coal companies should be catastrophizing this situation, talking about the fees and stuff like that. This hotel has some regulation. Every organization has some regulation. Regulation is not something that it's something that businesses have, especially businesses that have a major environmental footprint. It's not going to close the industry. Some Polish mines are closing without the EU methane regulation. So some mines do close, but it's not going to close the industry or destroy profitability. Some of these, the main companies are very handsomely profitable, so it's not going to destroy the industry overnight. And it's a reasonable time frame to achieve reasonable emissions reductions. Of all of the sectors in the world, underground mines have available technologies to be used. Then, kind of as mentioned on the steelmakers thing, steelmakers, ArcelorMittal, etc., have made climate commitments, and they're starting to understand methane. So you risk losing out to cleaner foreign competition. That's your business strategy choice if you don't want to embrace action on methane. And then finally, if there will be a regulation, it contains loopholes that would need to be controlled. So that's it from me. I'd like to say from all of Europe, thank you to Poland for the amazing work that you're doing in supporting Europe's security. It's seeing in Krakow all of the Ukrainian immigrants and refugees and how welcome they are and everything that Poland does, especially the tanks. That's great. That's wonderful. And finally, this is my email address. I very much agree with Michał Drabik at the start, who said that I don't want to just come here and give a presentation every year or every 2 years or whatever. It might be pretty pointless if I give a presentation, then you give a presentation, and nobody ever really talks. Our goal is not to get an EU methane regulation. Our goal is definitely not to put you or to put any Polish people out of business, out of a job. That's definitely not my desire or anybody's desire. So let's talk about what's reasonable and what's possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conal. I fully agree with what you said. Thank you for quoting me. But I think that this is exactly what should happen, so I encourage you all to get in touch with Conal. I believe that many people here in this room are not fully agreeing with your suggestions, and this is precisely the point. Like if you would like to get somewhere with not only with this regulation, but in general with solving the problems of both environment and coal mining industry, the dialogue is necessary, so please contact Conal to have this dialogue. We're gonna have beginning of this dialogue today at the end of the session, although we're running a bit behind with time, but hopefully we will have still enough time to discuss some main points at least and clarify the differences that might be between people here at this room and different opinions. Now we're going to be moving to the Polish mining companies, which will present us how the current discussed regulation. Przepraszam, nie wiem, czy dalej mówię po angielsku.
So we'll go through the when will we have the presentation of the Polish companies, mining companies, and the impact of the regulation on their activity. What's their perception? And how do they see their future in the light of this new regulation? So I would like to welcome the PGG representative, Mr. Brzezak, to tell us from the point of view of PGG. Thank you very much. The Minister, Senator, I'm really glad to present the So I was lucky enough to discuss the methane, and I decided to revert it a little bit. So I would like to tell you about the legal acts that will hit Polish PGG. So what will happen in the future, in the nearest future, many times discussed. Paragraph 22. It used to be mentioned before. I wouldn't like to explain it again, but the last sentence, a year on ago, this is at the mind of the operator. So imagine that if Polish, it's a big, with steam coal, and will have a limit for 13 organizational limits for methane. We're trying to elaborate in a group that we have to have for the mains that have the closing plan, because today, excluding the closing mines, we've got here a social agreement, so the last of our records will be finished in 2049. And this is the social agreement in order to secure the businesses and also the jobs there and prevent the energy poverty. As you can see, the last year we had problems with the Ukraine concerning or due to the Ukraine war, but one of the elements of the social agreement, we've got the paragraph CDH. So Polska Grupa Górnicza, Polish Mining Group, we're having the so we've got the sequestration of coal in the rocks, and I hope that we could be able to implement it due to the fact that Piast Siemowit will be closed. We'll have the most comfortable situation there, but for the low emission coal fuels we can say that we have such a product, and the methane from the air from the coal mine, this is a very wide subject, so we need to financially both finance and technology. So here we have this graph presenting, as a matter of fact, in Brussels, it was presented there, how the emission of methane in the PGG will be decreased. We can see this is a significant change and a significant decrease. The tendency is going down. So down to zero. So we have until 2049 we'll be ready to meet all the recommendations concerning the Green Deal, main of all. As you can see, the summary emission with the breakdown of coal for the PGG, this is the threshold of 5 discussed. So this emission is comparable. We still have anyway the small decrease. It depends on the production, of course, year by year. Then we had a projection of also the fees, and if we can see 28 emissions of CO2, it will be 1.5 billion of zlotys. I can say that last year we spent 1.2 billion for investments. So for these fees, the Article 40 or 30, so it should be deterrent, harsh, and they should also deplete the financial benefits, economic benefits, and then of course increased. So this will be a Polish mining system once we have this regulation. Let's see that Piast się mówi is the methane-free mine. In 2027, we'll have to close 6 mines. So I'm not sure if we are able to secure the energy safety. So where are we in 2027? Where will we have electricity from? So we'll have electricity from the socket and money from the ATM. So what else? What then? What happens then? It's an important thing. This is the ventilation methane. Frankly speaking, we don't have any technology that will require to capture the vented air, the VAM. It's not like that this is just the safety of the operation. Once you don't know the cycle of production in methane, what are the rules in order to secure the lives of the miners? It's 0.05 to 0.35 from 0.2, 0.35. This is the maximum, but in the vented shafts of the methane, unfortunately, it's not stable. And any analysis today of the technologies available, it means this is not profitable. So what we can do, we do what we can actually for the methane. We've got the cogeneration engines, we sell it, we've got the gas boilers. I will not read that out because you can easily get them, but we cannot produce heat. This district heat network, it's not rubber. We've got some limitations with the heat production as well. We've got some limits there as well. So the conclusions. So the regulation hits mainly PGG. Will be closed at some time because the profit will just pay the methane fees. Good. Most of production, we are the leading producer of the steam coal. So if we close, this is just a chain. So for 29,000 people of mind, there is also 180,000 people in the adjacent industry connected to mining sector. So it's like 150,000 people in total. So we're doing our best to adjust the directive, methane directive, and the regulation to adjust it to our plan of closing or decommissioning of the mines. And just a postscriptum. Unfortunately, it was frozen because the main speaker, the reporter, Mrs. Jutta Pols, most typically it wasn't her work, so most probably it was frozen. Well, thank you very much for this presentation. And the next representative of the industry, it's JSW. That can hit the negative production of coal. Mr. Sviecina from JSW. Dear Minister, Senator, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present the expected impact on JSW and the activities. On this slide we can see the milestones that in 2021 the Commission then reported even if 2020 we had a strategy of ministry, then consultations, public consultation survey, then the resolution of Parliament, and a very important date, COP26, Glasgow, and the obligations of methane, so methane pledge. Here we can see our actions that we have started and have been active from the very beginning by our Office of the Methane Drainage. We cooperate with the representatives of the with Mr. Dalak, we are participating of the International Observatory of the Emission of Methane. We're actively involved in Eurocall. Can we stop this automatic? And then we also presented our call in the public presentations, and we started the CMM Energy EU, when you can, what projects are active, and in my opinion very important, this is just education, science, and we can know everything about methane drainage and why is it provided, how, and maybe understand better what happens in let us start the presentation again. So let me present the legislation process. So CE 2021, the proposal, then on the 15th of December 2022, the compromise presentation, and right now, European Parliament. All right, now frozen. And now let's discuss the articles that, in my opinion, they are the most important for the JSW about this regulation. Article 20, MRV, Measurement, Reporting and Verification, MRV. And we've got the 22, Article 22, discussed already. So that's the compromise that also has been discussed. So let's go on. Or what's the most important thing? According to this does not concern coking coal. However, in the future, the coking coal will be concerned. So why? I'll show you the ventilation shafts. So the VAM. Because this article is really controversial here. Please take a special attention to. And I'm not talking to the miners here, but to all of you. Look at the scale. We're talking about the average. It's 30,000 cubic meters a minute. And the concentration not higher than 0.5%. So far, we don't have any available technologies that would allow us in a safe way to process 30,000 meters of air. Then we cannot use this methane in such a small concentration. So saying that we have technologies and VAM is there seems to be a little bit misunderstanding, because in Poland we don't have any such technologies used industrially, commercially. So we've got 5 points here that are the most MRV, measurements, reporting, verification, then fees and penalties, EU ETS, loss of competitiveness, and the just transition. So in MRV, for sure this is going to be a cost for the entrepreneur and for the company, the additional measurements. But in my opinion, the most important thing is the role of the IMEO, the International Observatory, that right now the standards are being elaborated, because if we are to measure, we need to know how and how often. We need to know who it should be reported to and what should be the culture of the reporting. This is the role of the IMEO here. JSW present there, and we can do it. Monitoring is important, as it was mentioned a lot of times. We don't want to escape it. We don't want to skip it. The standard must be elaborated. Then, fees and penalties. This is a mysterious paragraph, but also very important, because we need efficient, proportional, and deterrent. So what are going to be, what will be, how they will be calculated, basing on which factors, and we don't know. And this uncertainty is really harmful to the market surrounding. We need to know what should be there. We don't know yet. EU ETS, the installations above 20 megawatts, they are in the EU ETS. So if we can burn methane and so flared, then those flared also will be in EU ETS. So if we have a flare with cogeneration and then plus the flare, then we'll lose, because we'll have to pay for for the CO2, and then the CE says that we need to reduce methane, and you would like to reduce methane somehow. However, the cogeneration plants, when we burn methane, they need to participate in the ETS, EU ETS. So then we've got also the loss of competitiveness. So we need to know that JSW is a producer of the high-quality coking coal, which is in a critical list of the critical resources. So why we should give up the coking coal in the EU only to import it from outside of the EU? And those suppliers, they will not have any penalties there, because they should report the emission factor. It does not seem to be fair and right in our EU. Why shall we fight it? And then the last one, the just transition. How just it is? We shall leave or step out in the sustainable way, but unfortunately, as we're presented by PGG, this is going to be a drastic stepping out. Has EU or CE calculated the costs? Did they take into account the social aspect? JSW, or the capital JSW, there's 32,000 people here with such a rapid stepping out. It could be a very disastrous story. And then, because we are responsible partner and responsible supplier of coking coal, we're having the activities and actions focused on in 2020, 2022, there's a strategy, and an important strategy is the environmental strategy. So I want to have until 2050 the neutrality, and then the carbon print for 30% until 2030 if you compare it to 2018. We're talking about the methane, because 72% of the carbon print of JSW is methane. As a response to this challenge, which is huge and problem is complex, so we'll have the program of reduction of methane that's been elaborated by the Methane Handling Office, and it's got efficiency of the methanes up to 50% and 95% of use energy of the captured methane. So this is off to all of the mines of JSW, underground activities, but also the modernization, refurbishments, and the building of the new surface structures. So we'll have also the abandon all the clogging dams, new drainage, new methane drainage stations, cogeneration plants, but also the construction of the pipes for methane, connecting all the pipes, southern and northern parts. So in the future, in 2026, let me present you the structure of methane in 2026, not take into account the reduction. We can see that we have 140 methanes, and we'll have used 148 sold or burnt in coal generation plants. So the next one, this is in case of implementation of reduction, 50% drained, 192 million meters, 95% used, 183, so 9.7%. Maybe we could use more, but this is a trigger that we're having. Because the methane drainage stations, they are quite a complex organism or equipment that are in the system of the methane. And unfortunately, we cannot have 100% of the use or reuse of the gas. Let's see the numbers. So the strategy, environment strategy effect, since 2026 till 2030, it will allow us to limit of 520 millions of cubic meters. It's 10 million tons of the CO2 equivalent. Last but not the least is the energy and electricity. We can see the structure of the consumption today and 2029. So it's good to know this is an increase of renewables, RES, increase of methane here, and stepping out from this from the purchase from the system power plants. We've got photovoltaics implemented, wind farms. So we'll go into this direction. Thank you very much. Please visit CMM Energy EU. We can have more there. Thanks a lot. I just want to say one more thing here from the presentation. The just transition, not even discussing some other issues, it seems to me that the missing element of this regulation is no mechanisms no relation or reference to the just transition. It's just so no mechanisms of just transitions are in this regulation. This mechanism should be there. It should contain such a mechanism. Also financing model. This is something which is missing there. I'm trying to discuss it, and on the one hand the EU says the just transition, but on the other hand in this act it will have very severe consequences. It was just a short comment. Right now, Mr. Skiba, we'll have time for Q&A. If you could please wait with your questions. Thank you very much. Our next presenter, Dr. Badylak, JSW Methane Handling Office. Thank you very much. So he will tell us about the projects with ICCMM. Let me tell you only one thing. This methane is so dense that we can smell it here. But you know, the whole program of JSW is reduction of emission of methane. What's the REM? So my presentation will be a little bit different when we're really depressed by the last presentations, but this presentation is a continuation of my colleague. So what can be done? No, what that will be closed, will be something what can be done, and this is what I would like to have as a conclusion. What can be done? 2021, we started so we joined the ICC. It was 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, it was 3 months after the strategy. We wanted to be integrated with a group of experts with the EU, with my colleagues, friends now. We want to, what we do, we know how to do, but we wanted to know if more can be done. So that's why, since the moment of the participation, we had a lot of then we're concentrated on so we thought about the CMM direction, rather how to increase the methane drainage, because it's 30-35%. Sometimes in 2021 it was more, but it was a different situation because we had a lot of operation high methane. It was above. Today we have it a little bit different. The methane until 34%. Unfortunately, 26 more we still released to the atmosphere. There's a huge area program, and please, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the release of methane is between 360 and 400 millions of meters. It varies, of course, from year to year. And here, Mr. Hetmański wanted to have the from one source, from one source, one mine. But methane is not the same year by year. It depends on which the seams are not the same, the deposits are not the same. It's not only just the depth. Sometimes we have 1 year a long wall without a methane, and the other one, and the last year we have all high gassy long walls and faces. So then it's very difficult, and it increases. If we can see this regulation, just a very important thing is to have the compromise version to discuss about a entrepreneur, not the mine. Because if we're talking about a particular mine, Tidal will close one mine because it's very gassy, and the other one, it will have another different wall, and it does not have any methane at all. And the other one, with a lot of methane, the other way around. So we have, it's more or less constant if we discuss about the wider organizational units. So the company itself, not shaft by shaft or mine by mine. Then when we joined the Operational Excellence Center, we started to discuss, how can we reduce the methane, and we decided to have this elaboration, the study of the deep analysis of our mine in order to find out. So with two institutions, Central Mining Institute together with the Mining University, Professor Krause and Borowski, there was a lot of very good work for all of our mines. It was checked what could be done, when it could be done, where it could be done. So then the new program has been created, the REM, reduction of emission of methane, for all of our mines. It's implemented. We've got funds for that, budgets in all the mines. Our key mine is the Pniówek, the biggest one, quite stable from the methane. However, the efficiency of methane drainage is quite low, 30%, sometimes even below 30%. For me, it's a huge challenge when we discussed what to do, what can be done there. And the professors, they analyzed it deeply and then proposed quite a revolutionary solution to build in Pniówek a parallel, simultaneous system for the methane drainage. So it has to be a minimum 30%. These are the regulations. If it's below 30%, then it's closed down, and we've got just out of operation. Pniówek, with a lot of places and locations when the methane is on 20, 15, 25% concentration, and we've got it closed. But then it goes to the ventilation shafts. And for safety, that's not because we've got an increase from 0.1 to 0.0304%. So it's not a big deal for safety. However, if we calculated it, how much is it in hours? These are millions of cubic meters of pure methane. So that's why we'll build a parallel methane drainage. It was quite difficult because it's against Polish legal requirements, but it will help us above 50% of the methane drainage. Happily, in the same time, it was the beginning of the last year, there was a fund, there was a program, big ticket. This was called big ticket, so we decided to have a consortium with the central with the Central Mining Institute, we worked with Jacek, and then the other institutes that were in the ICCMM. So all those geological and so on institutes, then international, one from Orvieto, from UNOVI, and the other one from Romania, and then the subcontractor will have the AGH. So we didn't know, was it we'll see what the EU will say. We discussed about it. If EU want to reduce methane or they want to close Polish mines. We didn't know. To our surprise, this project not only had a grant, but it won as the best one. So it was an interesting thing. The budget is 21 million euro. 50% is just the financing. So it's an important thing, an interesting thing. And I think this is the direction. Not probably the fines, penalties, taxes. Please help us with the economical and rational projects. So this whole project is what I said before. We built the parallel model drainage, the gas, and the post-operational works or headings, and we then will have the engineering and the designs of building of the new pipelines, the pipes and the shafts, the new drainage, gas engines. We know more or less how many gas engines. Then we will, of course, seal all those post-operational works, the excavations, and so where we have 10-15%, we'd like to have above 20, of course, in the closed areas, and we want to capture the methane between 20 and 40%. Above 40%, this is a commercial gas for us. And from Pniówek, we sell it to PGNiG Termika, and they are required to have a concentration minimum 40, and the best would be 45. Whatever is below 40, it's closed, and we want to drain it right now, and we needed, of course, a special derogation from our Polish legal requirements, because today it was impossible. In January this year, we asked to the president of from the mining authority, and they decided to allow us, and we can build it, especially for 20 minutes. We'll have the dedicated engines with a concentration of 20-35%. What are we expecting? What do we expect? So we're of the opinion that we will drain or reduce the emission of 90 millions of the cubic meters in one mine, and will produce 60,000 of megawatt hours of the electricity yearly. So as you can see, the effects. This is a project that's not only environmental, it's not only environmental, but also justified economically. And this is what we are looking for, all of us, aren't we? And then the second one, it's not connected with the methane directly, but also here, we've been invited here to a big project with the Central Mining Institute that is implemented, and the coordinator is the institute, Spanish one, Mastermind. The project is 14 million euro. This is co-financing, so it's our budget, GIG and GSW, it's 1,130,000,000 euro. And so we have 22 entities from 7 countries in the world. So the Institute of Technology de Aragon is the coordinator. We, together with the Central Mining Institute, then Poland, Spain, Germany, Italy, Finland, Greece, and and South Africa as well. We also have, of course, also the mining companies, especially JSW, Spanish ones, La Parilla, Tharsis, Ternamag from Greece, Magnus from Finland, this is the phosphorus. Tharsis, copper and platina from the South Africa, platinum, palladium and rhodium. What our impact, what would you like to have, what would you like to implement there? And we'll work in Pniówek as well. We would like to modernize existing system. You can see this is the system of the Metan drainage in Pniówek. We can see the parameters. We know what are the concentrations of the in particular points, but the control of the methane is just manual. So the person goes there, checks it, controls it. Even if it's one a day, unfortunately, sometimes it's found that in Pniówek is very sensitive to the pressure, atmospheric pressure. If the pressure goes down, then we've got more methane, much more methane. And they are not there on time, and usually they're too late, the person, so then it goes to the atmosphere. And then if it goes up, the methane goes to the coal, and we don't have any concentration. And so it's connected to one to another, and we would like to have the control systems there, measurement systems, when we have control also the valves, and then we'll have from the surface plus the algorithm, the application that will be the automatic control. So the trigger will be the pressure. Very, very important and very interesting. This is an R&D project, but once we've done it, I believe that in some other mines we'll implement it as well. In some other, probably without a co-financing master mine. Then we've got some modules also because we will Meta mine, cyber mine, green mine, our mine. Interesting. The first one is the virtual mine. This will be educational from the people who are not connected to mine, cyber mine. This is a digital transformation. Then green mine. And the last one is our mine, the platform for communication with the local society. What are we doing? Informing, but also the good things, bad things, you know. It should not only be perceived as not only by Instrat report, but also what we do. And I think that this is some kind of a promise, not the control that we should not be we're able to do a lot of things, good things, without any fines and penalties. Thank you. Thanks a lot and congratulations. And congratulations for a huge activity, winning the projects, and so we're having our last presentation that will be presented by Mr. Jureczka from Central Mining Institute. Then the closed mines, abandoned mines, and its impact. I found a credit card, so if you wanted to, if you're looking for money, I've got the financing. I found a credit card. Please check if it's not yours. Good afternoon, everybody. Minister, Senator, ladies and gentlemen. So my presentation will be a continuation of the presentation of Dr. Jureczko, and will be just about the abandoned mines. In Poland, we've got quite a lot of them. So this map shows and presents the mines, closed mines, abandoned mines in the Upper Silesia mining basin. It's yellow and green. The yellow ones, so the green ones, these are the mines that didn't have any methane. And the yellow ones, there was some methane, but the most important thing, half of them that are abandoned right now, they are non-gassy mines. The number in total in Upper Silesia coal basin, 43 and 5. So this regulation concerns all closed, abandoned mines that stopped during the last 50 years and is used to the subsequent potential sources of all the shafts, mining equipment that was stopped, but they had some contact with methane layers and also any other defined sources, including shafts, old methane drainage pipes, and the methane drainage boreholes. So, shortly speaking, all identifiable sources of emission. In order to understand it better, definitions. Because in Poland we usually have one, which we had just the ones that are being liquidated, but we have got a different definitions than in the Polish system. We've got closed mines and abandoned mines. So in order to know exactly where are our mines, we need to know that exactly. And the difference is, if we have an operator in the closed mine, we've got an operator identified. In the abandoned coal mine, we don't have any operator. This is without an operator identified, or it's been closed not in a regulated way. In Poland right now, if we can see our Polish mines with an operator, this is a mine restructuring company. So as a matter of fact, because we stopped to produce coal to mine, an operator is there with the rights and duties and obligations, so we can say we're not 100% sure, but this is just a closed coal mine, not an abandoned coal mine, because we still have operators that are responsible. Then the most important regulations and requirements, there's 4 of them. First of all, up to 1 year, all the member states to prepare the list and publish the inventory of all closed and abandoned mine. Also, not gassy ones. Then, until 2 years, in all those sources of emissions that during the inventory have been found and calculated and measured, and the emission are above 0.5 ton a year, then in all of them we should have installed the measurement equipment, instrumentation, and should start the routine interval measurements. Then the member states will elaborate and implement the plan of limiting of emissions for closed and abandoned mines, and to be presented to the organs of the authority in 3 years' time. and then the fourth one is January the 1st, we cannot flare or release any methane from the abandoned or closed mines until the disposal or the limitation of recycling is technically impossible or is difficult or it's dangerous. So then they need to prove and give evidence that this gas is flared or released instead of its use or limiting. What does it mean, this total prohibition of the methane emissions that are closed? We know for a long time, it's not sometimes a couple of years, we still need to have the ventilation in the air. So we need to emit, the emission is still there, the release. If really they are the closed mines, not the abandoned mines, then the only possibility to have them of the operation is, in order not to close the obligation, is to have a special derogation that we need a special permit for emission of methane from basing on the Article 26 of the obligation of the regulation. The list of closed and abandoned mines must be done within 12 months and must contain the following: name, address of the operator, map of the borders, and plan of the roadways, and then of all the sources of potential emission. What is the challenge here? As I said before, it's a very significant number of the mines, closed mines and abandoned mines, and for a long time, it's 20 years or more usually, so very often this availability of documentation and the data is very limited and very hard to get. But in the history of the production of coal, we had very often changes of the boundaries, the borders, the limits, change of the names of the operators, merger, dismerger, things, many shafts. We have a lot of administrative changes, and at the end of the day, to have such extended number of the emissions for all potentials, including the not methane mines, this is going to be a big financial burden for Polish government. Then the requirements of the emissions for the reporting, for the list, for the inventory, will have all potential sources of emissions that were before mentioned and presented, so I will not talk about them. Those measurements should be done according to the proper rules and according to the standards, and then also the scientific standards. So they need to be done by the proper equipment, instrumentation, sensitive enough in order to find out zero of the emission of the 0.5 tons or higher. So we also have documentation, attached data, date, and also the pressure, the atmospheric pressure. Then we will have the periodic checks that were in an inventory foreseen. They have above half a ton of emissions a year. And those measurements will be done at least once an hour according to specification that hasn't been established right now, hasn't been defined, but until this time, until the time of those we need to use all possible and available public international or European standards. Once we observe the methane emission is lower than 1 ton for 6 years, year by year, for 12 years for the flooded mines, and then we can stop the monitoring, the measurements. The results of the measurements will need to be reported, reports to be submitted to the authorities, and then until the end of May of every subsequent year. And then most of all, we've got the member states for the abandoned mines and operators for the closed mines. Then the plan of the limiting of the emissions that need to be submitted to the authorities after 3 years. We have a list of all the sources of emissions, describe feasibility or technical feasibility of the limitation, time schedule, and the efficiency assessment in case of the implementation of such projects. So, in summary, the most important challenges for Polish authorities, because they will be responsible for all the measurements of emissions in the closed and abandoned mines. As I said before, this regulation concerns many mines. At least half of them, they have never ever had any methane. They're closed at least 20 or more years ago. So to create the inventory of all those closed mines will be a huge task, a difficult task as well. And then additionally, we don't know who should do it, which maybe Polish geological, I don't know, agency. So these regular measurements for all potential sources of emissions will be really costly and will last at least 6 years and 12 years for not flooded mines. So the Polish authorities are responsible for all the requirements for all mines, excluding the mines that are being enclosing or liquidated. So here the responsible is the company, the restructuring company. Thank you for attention. Thanks a lot. And that would mean this is the end of our presentations. Now we'll have half an hour for discussions. Before we would like to have discussion, then I would like to we'll start from a very short presentation presented from when we have the Instrat report presented before. I can't see on here. Yeah. The Instrat. I'll try to find him, the Instrat guy, because it would be good if he could answer. So this will be a start of a discussion, and then let's have a discussion connected either or continuation what's here or any other questions. No, everything is fine here. So if you could, from the last year, because knowing it, sometimes it's a hot atmosphere when we've got a different points of view. If you could please, first of all, try to raise your head. I will give you the microphone. It's even more important because we are in order for translation, you need to have to the microphone. So please, even if we have a very hot discussion, please raise your head. Yeah, he's back. We've got the instruct here. After the presentation, we'll have the general Q&A. We just wanted to start from this. And one more, we will have a person from, I think we've got an online guest here, the chairman of UNBC from the Justice, Mr. Raymond, and he will be with us as well. Let's hope that the technique will be all right and we could hear him and he can hear us. So let's hope that everything is fine. So Mr. Grzegorz Płonka to present the PGGs. Well, I'll need a remote control here. So the president, check the battery. So we know something about methane here because so we have quite a lot of experience here with Grzegorz here. We measure, we're present in Brussels and wherever it is. So we compared our experience, but the most important thing is, in order to talk about it, we will need to know the production process, the phenomenon of the underground. What is it about, you know? And then to think about the emissions to atmosphere. As you can say, mining is a fighting against the circumstances, and you know it's difficult to foresee, it's difficult to find, to check. So we also took part in this project within WINAC, but it depends. There's 2 projects I was responsible for. It's unpredictable, a lot of things. I'll be a bad cop here. According to the report, in 20 we had a little bit less production, 20 million tons, and the ethane increased for 26 to the level 421. We've got a different values. Most probably the difference is that due to the fact when you read the report, the president, based on a different statistical data, the ones that I present here, they are on my presentation, they are the factual data, the data in our commissions. Then, according to Instrat, emission of the CO2 equivalent, and the question is Poland in the EU or not? Because we've got EU and Poland. 94 and Poland 90. So we've got 90% from emissions from coal and the 10% is the rest. How to interpret? Is Poland in the EU or not? What are the conclusions? I would like to ask the question. I will write them down and I'll be happy to answer. But please, if you could continue the presentation. Then we see the leakage of the methane from the shaft. We thought a little bit of the leakage. It's not just a typical installation. I don't know what it means, sorry. So then, the ceiling of the installation of the what is it? The emission is a leakage, or what does it mean? What's a leakage that he says? We've got the captured methane, the drained one. It's used to generate our salt bars. If somebody will give us the cheap technology, we will use any technology possible to drain the methane, to capture it and to process it. Because the gas, it's a different types of gas. Sometimes you can, methane, it's not always can be sold, not always can be processed. It's the concentration. So frankly speaking, only 2 of our shafts are qualified to use to VAM, and it's always the concentrations are that low that none of the technologies today, most probably with such unstable conditions, cannot be used, not guaranteed. And here there's also a different data. Methane from unclear sources. What does it mean, unclear sources methane? Here we have everything what was according to Instrat, and should be given the same data. I think that we report the real data, and then the immediate repercussions of the report. It's not profitable, as the narration is not favorable for the Polish mining system and mining industry. If we can see that the methane from the agriculture and the mix, this methane from the mining system is just a little bit. There's also a bad comparison. So these are only fact should be uniformed if we're talking about, because one of the elements of the directive and the regulation is to prepare the methane center with unified data. This is good for years in the past and for the future. And also the closed mines, they will be committed to report the emission of the methane. And we had also the questions, who will be responsible for monitoring of the emissions in the closed mines and abandoned mines? It's a different question. Who will be the monitoring unit and who will pay for that? So the society will pay any prices of energy, or so we know that this is a kind of a so this is general unfavorable. If you would like to, we would like to go down to see to the operational mine. What does it look like? And how difficult this is work. I wouldn't like to have a negative impact, but it hits Polish PGG as the biggest producer of the steam coal. That unfortunately, I would like to ask a question in return. Where will we have electricity, if the regulation will be implemented? Are we able to order the, gas or reactors or nuclear plants? If this energy mix Can it be covered by the green energy? Jesus, of course it can. Maybe this direction, and let's go one by one. What was the regulation should be in such a way that incentives should be given, like in JSW, to elaborate a very good big ticket requires this. To shape number 7 has to be operational and implemented with a business plan, everything. Yes, it's not an easy. It's just not an R&D. It's a real investment. I don't want to be a bad cop here. Just 2 comments. One, let's focus on the reports and let's try to avoid the personal attacks here. And the second thing is, let's not find a bad guy, the Instrat, because you know what is the press reaction? It's not their fault. They haven't any reaction for that. On that. So 2 comments, of course, Michał, if you could please react on that. Thank you very much. It's very loud. So thank you very much for a very interesting, substantial. I will accept this criticisms and I'll answer the questions and the points. But I would like to ask if this presentation has been, because I don't have it in the agenda. It wasn't presented before. No. It was just the last point proposed as a voice of the discussion. If we can present it. And I decided it could be. It's just the beginning. I'm terribly sorry I didn't. Was no time to present it to you. I should have it before. I should have seen it before because I've been confronted publicly, and I would answer. I could be answer, but I should have seen it before because it's a surprise and it's not fair. And I would like to have the higher standards presented in UMC and the organizational and the agenda of the UN, of the diplomatic and some dialogue, because I am here attacked here. We is me and somebody from outside of the mining industry, and they are not equal conditions. Last year we had a very live discussion. Today there is some progress, but the form of the presentation makes it impossible to answer in a substantial article. So I would like to ask to PGG if this is your individual or your colleague, or this is a position of Polish. This is a position of this is a position of Polska Grupa Górnicza. This is 39,000 people working here. Thank you very much. So I'd be happy to answer. I understand that this is an official position of the Polish Grupa Górnicza. I would like to visit one of the mines. There's quite a lot of the experts, CV of the experts and authors and co-authors. Were financed from our internal foundation funds, and also the philanthropy organization institutions, independent. And of course the financing people, they don't have any impact on the conclusions. Also this is our initiative, diversified of sources of, it's independent. Just make sure none of the financing experts did not have any, the authors, the report by 2 people, there's still, if you want, you can check it. I haven't finished 30 years. However, it doesn't mean the document is still that we prepared during the last years, and our comment for the And for public, we are the authors as Instat and the experts from the territorial 10 of the Just Transition, one of the most ambitious plans of the Just Transition that helped also additional financing. So I think that our experience here with the domestic Just Transition plan, cooperating with Commercial Bank, World Bank, International Consortium, we've got a huge energy model of the energy mix comparable of the PSE, Polish. Our documents are quoted by the Ministry of the Climate and so on. We cooperate with the TOE, Polish Power Exchange. So the CV of the experts on our sites, you can have a look at them, of the project publications, and I don't think that it will also take part of the mining. Of course, you, as the industry, you know the best, of course, and you know the most. But this is about the project and we've got different. Sometimes with international input, sometimes you have technical knowledge. Even if we have some differences, doesn't work. Yeah, maybe battery is flat. Try this one. So I've got the. So most probably the allocation of your resources is. I'm terribly sorry. I haven't foreseen my presentation on the public aid and 500 million zlotys. From the beginning, even if there was of the am I saying that you received 500 million zloty public aid against the policy of the EU? No, because we did not discuss it. Those conditions are impositions. I've got a lot of accusations, a lot of things to be said for the reporting. I've never had an individual the responsible of the stakeholders and the public. So please, it's not against the it's PGG, you're the biggest emitter, and it seems to me that this is clear and shows the emissions.
Ale w naszej bazie danych o kopalniach pokazujemy jednostkowe emisje przyporządkowane.
The unitary emissions from the Polish emission system from COBIZE, from the database, that are the unitary data that you report to the COBIZE. Very similar system is to some other commissions. And this, remember, we mention here just the examples of the differences between the data that you presented. We could right now, let's say, but we present, you did not understand, we present the differences about reporting, not to say that somebody from BGA there was some mistakes or manipulated data, no. It will be an over-impression. We say the challenge for the policy is for the minister, for the institutions, for the higher authority, mining authority here. It's just to make it sure this ordinance to have regulation. Doesn't matter if we should be implemented for reporting. Then let me, because I have some points, and let's try to finish, all right? Then we presented all 7 of the drafts and diagrams are described. I don't want to come back. It's methane from not clearly described because COBIZE, as the only data, they are not available, like in a Polish governmental, or maybe WUG, or maybe your as the particular emitter, JSW saying that, with a dedicated site to show the implementation of the strategy, business strategy. You, as the PGG, I'm terribly sorry, 2 years ago, 2 weeks I was there, I haven't found anything. The private business, very often they present there's goal, strategy, reduction and so on. You do
całkiem nieźle opracowane.
JSW, they have it really
Budzi to swego rodzaju
very,
zaufanie. No i ja bardzo liczę na to,
and
że
I count on the fact that you,
kolegi z branży
from your colleague, you will learn,
inspirują.
you will be inspired by JSW. Then, not clearly described, we don't know what's the proportion, we saw that they are industrial to the system EPT.
Jest to większy udział, ale tutaj się
With agriculture, it's a bigger one, but we are focusing on industrial emissions right now. This is a mining conference, which is easy. These are easier to tackle. So this is one of the qualifications. If I didn't have 20 years of that in South Africa or China, right, data will can always quarrel and dispute. Please, it's not only publications for reports, but also we publish the unitary data on our, and this is a standard for everybody, for the discussion, for everybody. Unfortunately, the last element you presented before presentation, that who will pay for that additional observatory, they close Polish mines. This is just your impressions. I absolutely do not agree with it. It seems to me that the reporting, also the Minister Pyzik was imported, this is just a, you could do it, you could sign it. Or JSW say, we've got a point from the methane regulation that gives us more work, but we're ready to easily implement it. But if you even do not want to report, that means that your strategy negotiations for the regulation is just to like to hide something. No, show your cards on the table. I'm really happy. There's a list of institutions. There's quite a lot of detail of the strategy of the future, and it seems to me that this is the forum to discuss. I'm really glad that we can discuss. Thank you very much. As you said before, I'm terribly sorry. It was just a very really, it should have been discussed. It wasn't a balanced and a chance for you couldn't have been prepared. But nevertheless, your answers were very, very good, very solid and very reliable. We still have a response here from PGG. I won't say, I don't want to fight with reporting. I participated for 2 years in those discussions of the Council. I know reporting, but the PGG meets all the standards for the reporting of methane. It's got a different structure of JSW because it's a listed company. We're not a listed company. And all the data are reliably reported. I'm just said, we can report it. If there is a need, we can sign contract and the NDA for analysis, but you should have just come to us. A lot of companies and a lot of institutions receive our data directly. No problem here. The data that are presented are the reliable data reported in Brussels in June last year. For methane, they are in Eurocall. However, you recommended that we should increase. It should be increase the fees. 3.5. So it's the analysis will have a different, not recommendations, the fees or penalties. We've got the reports. We can show it. I didn't have, yes, of course. Thank you that you read the report. There is the reportive part, the data we show. Just to make sure, Instrat, us, think tank, instead of only, it's not only analytics. We create the recommendations, and our stakeholders, EU, government, that are waiting the recommendations like Ember, they create, all right, we can, in order we can avoid this, but this is just the kitchen think tank. It's a very similar to the Thank you very much. Understand this is all answered. Thank you very much. Let's come to. We don't have any other more time, but we have some more questions. Andrzej Soczek, I've got a question concerning to JSW. The person between Artur Badek, I would like to know if you have the international, do we have a representative of China and Russia in the IMEO, International Methane Observatory? Unfortunately not, no. They do not participate. I know that mainly we've got Poland JSW, we have PHP Australia, where we're looking for contacts, but unfortunately from that part there is no will to cooperate. As far as I know, they tried to invite the Chinese, but so far not successfully. Americans are there? Yes. And you know, due to our experts, we also have the Chinese operational center, and IMEO asked us to have some Chinese exports to them. So most probably the actions are there, they're trying to do it also in the countries. However, not always there is positive. But we as the IMEO would like to. So one more thing, the reflection here. Most probably there was a report of the American agencies, or even saying about the support of dedicated of some financial means of 300 millions in the parliament. Probably you know which country is that wanted to lob or 300 millions of euro in the European Parliament. So we're saying about the crazy plan, but I hope that somebody will check all the activities in Europe, and this dance will be stopped. We as the institutions, we don't have any other impact, of course, on the lobbying of the EU, but yes, this is an argument. Thank you very much for this opinion. Mr. Jacek-Skibo, one question. So then we'll not answer all the questions concerning with the reduction of methane, not only Polish ones, but also there is a very strong group here. But during the break, during coffee break, not only, for many times I was asked, and I would like to ask this question to all of us, because we've got international guests that came here, and there are also some of the
question, the taking opportunity, as we have, well, very few, but still foreign guests here. The issue which is the most sensitive in the methane regulation is this so-called methane coefficient per 1,000 tons of output of coal. The question I was asked many times, who invented this coefficient, and if I'm aware, where in the world, in which country or any coal concern, this issue has been effectively implemented. Do you know maybe about any place in the world, any coal mine concern where this kind of barrier has been put and which has been followed because, you know, it's needless to say that it will cause shutting down of Polish coal mines if this ratio, I wouldn't like to make any comments about its level, will be introduced. Are you aware? Maybe Felicia, as a ladies always first. You have huge background. You've been working in US EPA. You are familiar with many regulations. Are you aware if there is any place in any country in the world where this kind of level has been put and is being followed, which is the most important issue? Can you?
No, I am unaware.
Okay.
I'm unaware.
Okay. Okay. Our colleague from.
More about global policies than I do, so perhaps he knows. I do not know.
Well, after answering the question, I was suggested by Michał that maybe we should also give the floor to our webinar participants. So after our colleague from Ireland.
I believe a lot of it is transposed from the oil and gas methane partnership. So there's something called it's now on its second framework, the OGMP 2.0, the oil and gas methane partnership, and that's where several dozen oil and gas companies have come together to do quite positive things on methane. And there's early talks. I don't want to say anything before the event in Geneva that Michał is hosting next month. But again, the reporting framework is similar there. So yeah, it's not an outlier in how the numbers are presented.
Thank you. Ray, I don't know whether you would like to add something. I don't know. Do we still have Ray online? Oh, we do. Okay. Would you?
Yeah, I'm the big face behind you.
Good seeing you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I've had the opportunity to listen for the last hour or so as the discussions were progressing related to emissions and monitoring, et cetera. And as you know, in the last year, the group of experts on coal mine methane and just transition published a document that's a best guidance practice to monitoring, reporting, and verification. And I urge everyone in the audience to at least review that document. I think it has a lot of good points. My observation related to not just the new regulation that's being proposed for Europe, but just regulations in general and the issues that have been mentioned relative to monitoring and understanding which of these coefficients, and I believe you were talking about the emissions factor, Jacek. You know, the fact of the matter is that I understand the issues relative to coal mining and how difficult it is to mine coal, particularly in the conditions that exist in Poland. I know Poland fairly well after having visited it a few times over the last 35 or 40 years. But I would say is that this argument over the transparency of the numbers, the data that we're really concerned about. What are the emissions from active coal mines and from those that are closed and from those that are abandoned? These are all, I think, really important issues, and they can't be resolved just by, unfortunately, by us that sit in a room or get on a video and discuss it. These are things that have to be done at a political level within the country, that whichever country we're speaking about. But I will tell you that regardless of what we do, the magnitude of the emissions that come from coal mines are only obscure for maybe the next 4 or 5 years. Looking at the progress that's being made with remote sensing, not just from satellites, but also from high altitude airborne platforms, and from things as simple and as now, unfortunately, ubiquitous as drones, the monitoring of our emissions from coal mines or any other of the fossil fuel extraction systems are going to become very apparent. And there will be arguments maybe over the accuracy of those systems in the beginning. But after a while, like many of the things that we've gotten used to over the last decades, we'll understand that this technology is something that can be relied upon. So my point here is that regardless of our discussions and the difficulties that we're discussing at this point relative to collecting that data and utilizing that data, many of those issues are going to go away over the next several years. I think more importantly, we should not be focused on the details of the emissions and how we're going to monitor them and who's going to pay for them. But we have to recognize that, in fact, we are going to have to reduce them. We are entering a time of more and more carbon restrained economies. The changes that we see that are beginning now are going to more rapidly increase regardless of what we do. I think as an industry and as the groups that I represent engage in these issues, we have to be very clear about what it is that we can and cannot do. One thing I'm convinced of is that we can work together. You know, the one thing that gets left out of this conversation almost every time when we have it is that we pretty much throughout the world use the rule of the polluter pays. And of course, right now, this is falling on the shoulders of the coal mining industry. But I think what's important for society at this point is to realize that ultimately we're the consumers. We're the people who consume the electricity that comes to our homes, or in the future powers our vehicles. We're the ones that are relying upon the companies that mine metallurgical coal to produce that coal so that we have steel to drive cars, etc. So ultimately, all of us in society are the consumers. And I think that's an important aspect and a reason for us to begin the conversation with the words, what can we do together? It's not about putting everything on the coal mining industry or putting everything on the cement industry or the steel industry. Those are all industries that we rely upon to have society function in a proper way. You know, because we're part of the UN system, because our group of experts is a subsidiary body of the Committee on Sustainable Energy, we have to be cognizant of not only the issues that are extant in Poland, but also throughout other parts of the region. And when we look at the transitions that are being made, they're uneven across this vast area. We're talking about areas in Central Asia that may or may not have the same principles of mining and environmental regulations as we do, say, in Poland or in the United States. So there's an opportunity for all of us to work together and to use what we're learning now in places like Poland and be able to promote and export those ideas and those concepts, the equipment and the training to these other parts of the world in a way so that we all live better and we all do a better job of reducing emissions and still providing the world's economies with the necessary goods and services. So with that, I'll leave off with my comment and just one last plea that we're able as a group to be open and kind to each other and be able to discuss these issues in a way that leads us to workable solutions that we can move forward and progress throughout the 21st century in a way that we all expect. Thank you, Michal and Jacek, for that opportunity.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you very much. We don't really have time, so I see there is one more question from Dr. Jureczka, and I guess that after this, we will have to finish the session.
Ja właściwie nie mam pytania, tylko mam takie sprostowanie właśnie odnośnie prezentacji pana Hetmańskiego. Ja jestem przedstawicielem Państwowego Instytutu Geologicznego. Już rok temu mówiliśmy dokładnie o tym samym, czyli tam o różnicach w informacjach. Tak? Pan tam wyraźnie napisał w prezentacji, informacje spółki węglowe versus Państwowy Instytut Geologiczny. Otóż Państwowy Instytut Geologiczny przekazuje tylko informacje otrzymane ze spółek węglowych, żadnych innych. My nie mierzymy wydobycia węgla czy czegoś innego na szybach. Po pierwsze. Po drugie, to są informacje przekazane, bo taki jest wymóg, w rocznych operatach ewidencyjnych dotyczących ruchu zasobów, w bilansie zasobów. Więc jeżeli już tak napisać, należałoby napisać spółki węglowe versus spółki węglowe. To tyle. Ja nie oczekuję odpowiedzi, bo to, co mówię, jest po prostu tak, jak jest.
Dziękuję. Sądzę, że jednak wypada nam dać szansę odpowiedzi.
Bardzo dziękuję. No jeśli spojrzy Pan do prezentacji, tam jest taka siermiężna, przepraszam, tabelka na 2 czy 3 strony, która prezentuje przegląd wszystkich źródeł według tych samych kategorii. No nie wypisywaliśmy każdego możliwego elementu, ale wskazujemy tam, jaka jest podstawa prawna z rozporządzeniami, jak się nazywają publikacje, w jakiej granularności pokazują one. No i pokazujemy dalej tym samym różnice pomiędzy tym, więc bardzo chętnie bym zobaczył, jak Państwo czy Państwo mają na przykład procedurę, albo czy robili Państwo takie porównania, że na przykład Państwo wysłali do KOBiZY zapytanie o dane, jakie są jednostkowe emisje z poszczególnych kopalń i ruchów, a Państwo porównali te dane z tym, co raportują do Państwa bezpośrednio przedsiębiorstwa, bo jak to był zresztą głos sprzed roku Pana dyrektora Badylaka, uzupełniamy 4 czy 5 formularzy. No to ja właśnie w odpowiedzi na ten obowiązek administracyjny formułujemy właśnie taką rekomendację, że spółki mają wiele uzupełniających się, jak nie zbędnych w ogóle obowiązków raportowania. I sugerujemy tym samym, żeby była jedna instytucja, która będzie
to collect and verify the data. I'm terribly sorry, it's not even dual. And you, as the institute, should not verify it. Just one institution verifying. This is our recommendation in order not to having the differences that we noticed and reported. It seems to me that this is through all of us, unification and easyfy the reporting. Thank you very much. One more thing. Reporting with this is important thing. This is important one for the changes of the resources. It's a yellow yeah. Everything is there. It's not the same. Like we don't have even 3 minutes because, as a matter of fact, it's 11 minutes. We need to finish right now. I would like to thank you very much for your presentation, to all the presenters, the listeners, the participants. I hope that this session met your expectations, and I hope that we are going to meet here in 1 year's time. I hope we'll be invited before the last we will have on the 27th March in Geneva. There is the session of our group. All the stakeholders are invited. There's a link there. You can find the information through our site. So all the information is there. We can, of course, send an email to me, and I will be happy to inform you. So please come to Geneva in 1 month's time. That's me. If you would like to contact me at any time concerning with our group. Thanks a lot. Let me finish. I would like to thank you to all our, thank you very much, to the interpreter for many years. He's doing fine. Thank you. Gdybym mógł Państwa prosić o odbiorniki, dobrze? Ja to z Państwa wziął. To jest fajny naszyjnik, ale... Dziękuję Panu bardzo.
nie szkodzi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.